depressing. I promise.
Depress me, Zaddy.
Thank you for the subscription. It is September, so if you subscribe to me before the end of the month, less money goes to the baldy twat, Jeffrey Bezos. What an ideal time to subscribe. Oh, Richard Harold, I'm certainly going to cover all of that. Don't I fucking know it? just got started. Okay, I'll talk normally now. Do you remember what my normal voice is like? Oh. I sound doubled up, don't I? Oh, I know why. That raid came at just the right time. Because now I've got that sound effect on from when people raid me. Now it sounds like I have a huge crowd applauding me for that wonderful music. Oh, I should point that camera down a bit. Right, we're going to get some lo-fi going. Let's get some lo-fi going. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to take the battery out of my... Actually, no, I'll just switch it off. Get the wah pedal out of my way. Oh. Yeah, I'm really in a stadium. It's just my room behind me, but in front of me there's actually an entire arena of people who are all going insane right now. Oh. Right, levels, mic levels, how are they? Gosh, that light is bright. There we go. How are we all? We've got a lineup of beers. Ooh, Strawberry Dreams. Twinned with Elm 11? I don't know. A-OK on mic levels. Good-o. Love to see it. Oh, also, we've got a bit of a taste test. I found this in Waitrose. Not that I'm the kind of person who normally shops in Waitrose, okay? I'm not that kind of person. But I have Oreo Coca-Cola. It was like £1. Oreo Coca-Cola to try. I thought, why not give that a little bit of a taste test on stream? You almost bought it. Right, let's move this down a bit. It sounds rancid. Yeah, it may well be rancid. It is getting cold. It's getting cold here. In beautiful Leeds, it is getting pretty cold now. It's depressing. I have the heating on. I officially have the heating on. Unfortunately. Right. Do I have the sniffles? No, I don't actually have a cold. No, I don't.
Cold for life.
I just had a bit of snort there that I was trying to get rid of. Moon cult for life, baby! Alright, we're going for the Strawberry Dreams. Twinned with Elm 11, 4.5%. What? Oh, it smells of strawberry. It really smells. Oh, this is going to be one of those really fruity beers, isn't it? Which I'm not so keen on because they just taste like juice instead of actual beer. The autumn snuffles. I did have a cold just over a week ago. Took me out, man. It took me out. It was awful. That's why I didn't stream for a while, because I had a cold, but I also not only did I have a cold, I also had a period, which for me is an event. It's a debilitating event. So that took me out, and then I had like 2 migraines as well. Probably because of my period. I think they're connected. But I got like 2 migraines as well. And then after that, I had a funny tummy. I don't know why I got a funny tummy, but I had a really bad abdominal pain after that. I don't know, maybe because I was taking too many drugs while I had the cold. It's probably all connected. But I was having a terrible time. So that's why I wasn't, I was just not well, man. I was not well for a while. You saw the big yellow ball in Glasgow today? Congratulations. Your girlfriend is going through the cold and period combo right now. She's suffering. Yeah, it's worse when you get both at the same time. It's awful. I got some prints from, what's it called again? Artist taxi driver, but what's his name on YouTube? I got some prints from him because remember when we used to watch him on stream a while ago? I'll see if I can bring him up. But that print there, it's a bit blurry, but it says rise up underneath the cap. I got loads of others as well. Chunky Mark. Chunky Mark. I wonder what Chunky Mark is up to, man. Right. Let's main screen it. Woo! That's not the right bloody... That's not the right screen, is it? Oh, fucking hell. Right, okay. I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to move a few things around. Hang on. Right, so... Tech time, tech time. Tech time. I need to move. Tech support time. Display capture. I need to change. Oh, there we go, there we go. Bloody nightmare. Right. You just got screenceptioned the fuck. Let's see what Chunky Mark's up to. I honestly, like, I admit, I forgot about this guy until recently. He's still at it. Sir Keith Starmer. Oh yeah, I forgot that he just like looks up news stories on his phone and then like laughs at them with sunglasses on.
To Keith, the kiddie starver, the old age pensioner freeze to death in the winter Prime Minister of England, has taken more money from Lord Ali for more clothes.
Oh, the wheeze laugh.
10,000, 6,000, 16,000, it's up to £32,000. What? £32,000 in clothing? Kind of clothing. He's saying things are going to get worse. He's telling the pensioners, we got to tighten our belts. I'm sorry, but there's no winter fuel allowance for you. He's telling children, the 2-child tax poverty thing. We got the cost of living crisis.
Preach.
We got bills going through the roof.
Preach.
He's telling everyone the fucking the country's on its arse. It's on its knees. Not for him. Not for him. He's living in a fucking penthouse. He's blaming his kids. Don't bring my family into this. He's blaming his fucking kids. You can't make this shit up. And this is the guy who said...
Right, his kid got it. Didn't he get his own flat or something because he was trying to revise for his GCSEs? and the media were outside Keir Starmer's house constantly while he was campaigning to be Prime Minister, basically. So it was like, well, I need a separate flat for my son who's revising for his GCSEs, and he just got one from this peer, didn't he?
Things are gonna change. That was his whole fucking stick. Change. He's like begging. Please, change. He must be outside Parliament with a big blanket round his, begging sitting outside the House of Lords, begging all the Lords. Please,
sir,
a new suit, please, new spectacles, please. That dirty little beggar. But he's telling everyone else about integrity, about probity, about... We keep being told everything... This is from the Financial Times, Jim Pickard. We keep being told everything has been transparently declared. Really? Because there's a whole lot of shit in there. Keir Starmer, the stench of greed...
He's still calling him Keith. Does he mean to call him Keith? Like, does he mean to, or is he just getting that wrong? But no, he was getting clothes. He got £16,000 of clothes, right? But he declared it as office supplies.
This is Prem Seeker. The stench of greed, corruption hangs over politics. And there's a big picture of Keir Starmer. This has gone from inappropriate gifts and cronyism to pathetic but disgusting self-enrichment. Owen Jones, how many suits is that? How expensive are they? Why does he need so many suits?
Should have just gone to Costco, bought them in bulk.
Listen, this all makes sense now. When he was director of the head of the Crown Prosecution, Sir Keir Starmer spent £160,000 of tax money on a chauffeur-driven car when he lived just a couple of miles from the office. He used every dirty trick in the book to get rid of this bloke because he couldn't be bought. That's the real Prime Minister of England. Look at him on his bicycle. He never asked for a thing.
It's true.
No, he wanted to change. He wanted, free transport, free internet. He wanted a society that could thrive and that where people were happy and could live and they were. The Labour, look, they're putting up tuition fees. 1 minute in fucking office. They couldn't wait for it. This is Tony Blair. They introduced tuition fees. They put kids in debt for life. And it ain't enough. They want more. Look, someone said they did this word thing. They said, name one politician that you like or liked in the past. And they did a word thing. Look at that. Look, you can't even see Keir Starmer's name. And then Lord Ali, he's backing bloody President Assad. That's his main go-to boy. Keir Starmer calling for Israel's carpet bombing Beirut. Starmer's out there in the United Nations calling for Israel to commit to a ceasefire while selling it weapons. Is like a bartender suggesting you quit drinking as they pour out another double whiskey.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I do sort of think, well, I don't know, maybe this is optimistic. I hope that they're trying to do all of the, like, evil stuff. I think they're trying to do all of the really, like, the most evil stuff that they want to do first. Get it out of the way, so, like, everyone will sort of forget about it, and they can right now, everything they do, they can also blame it on the Tories. They can be like, oh, well, this isn't our mess that we're having to sort out. Either that, or he'll just carry on doing really evil shit. I don't know, but it's not looking good for Keir Starmer right now. Seeing as we're talking about Keir Starmer, let's carry on with him for a bit. You think it's a little bit optimistic? Yeah, it's my cope. They can't really be that evil, can they? All right. Keir Starmer admits.
Everyone loves a freebie, but apparently not quite as much as Keir Starmer does. According to Sky News, the Prime Minister has apparently received over £107,000 worth of freebies since the end of 2019. That's nearly 70 grand more than Labour's Lucy Powell. She received the second highest donations of over £40,000 worth of free stuff. Government officials are reportedly worried about the PM's willingness to accept hospitality to go to football matches. This could become a conflict of interest, as there are plans to overhaul the sports regulator, which many clubs oppose. But the Premier League currently stands as one of the biggest donors of hospitality, with Kier declaring over £12,000 of free gifts from the organisation, which is currently lobbying against a football regulator. Ministers are usually told to avoid hospitality from any organisation connected to an ongoing government regulatory decision. In the past, the Prime Minister defended his acceptance of freebies, saying what he's doing is within government rules. He also previously insisted that his acceptance of free football tickets is due to security reasons, as he cannot watch the match from the stands amongst
I
other.
mean, like, it's not really a defense to say that it's within the rules what you were doing. Like, there are many things technically within the rules of being a member of Parliament and being the Prime Minister, but that doesn't mean that they are ethically correct or even make you look good as a Prime Minister.
Fans. Several senior Labour ministers argue the story has gotten out of hand due to a lack of political grip on the operation. So what do you think? Is it irresponsible?
Is it worse than Tory conduct? Yeah, in this aspect, yeah. I think Keir Starmer's had about £100,000 worth of gifts, whereas I think I read somewhere that like Liz Truss and other Tories, they'd only taken like a few thousand of gifts during their time in Parliament, where so Keir Starmer's like way up there, way more than anybody else, basically.
Leadership or fair game?
I'll try and find where I read that. I'll see.
Prime Minister, thanks
Very,
for joining
like,
us on Sky
compared to
News today. During the general election, you campaigned on a message of change, of doing politics differently and making yours a government of service. And yet you find yourself caught in a row over the huge amount of freebies you've accepted while leader of the opposition, £107,000, far more than any other MP. Do you acknowledge that this has undermined your message and reputation, and are you sorry about that?
Well, I think it's important just to put it in its context. Any gift or donation to a politician has to be declared. Everything I've had has been declared. And sitting behind the numbers are some human explanations. So quite a lot of that money was for tickets for football matches. I pay for my own tickets at Arsenal. I've got season tickets. Unfortunately, I can't sit in the stand anymore for security reasons. And the club have said, well, in which case, be our guest in the director's box, if and when there's space. Now, no money changes hands. You can't buy a ticket, but then the register says, well, what's the amount that would be the equivalent, even though you didn't buy the ticket, and that has to be declared.
Yes.
Now, that means if I didn't do that, I couldn't go to Arsenal. I go with my boy. Second example I'll just give you is some of that money was for the loan of a flat during the election period. No money changed hands.
Yes, and that was
no
related to your son.
Yeah, there was no cash adjustment. We had a situation where the election was called, not when we expected it, I think most people. My son happened to be in the middle of his GCSEs. That means there are a lot of journalists outside the front door and in the street. I'm not complaining about that, but if you're 13, as my girl is, if you're 16, as my boy is, that's quite hard to navigate when you're concentrating on GCSEs. Now, hear me out, because you put it to me.
Yeah.
So I said, we're going to get you out of here and get you somewhere where you can just study and get to school and back without having to go through all of that.
Woo!
And that's when someone said, well, in which...
Brooklyn just scared the crap out of me. He's come to say hello. Oh, God.
case, I can make this flat available to you. It's safe, secure. He can get on with the job. No money exchanged hands. We didn't. No money exchanged hands. But for the registrar, no. But you've put it to me. Let me just.
That's
finish.
absolutely not the point.
For the registrar's purposes, he says, "Well, I know you didn't pay and nobody gave you money, but let's work out what it would have been worth if it had been a commercial transaction, which it wasn't." So I'm not saying, of course I understand why you ask questions, etc. But I do think sometimes it's important just to sort of look behind the number and say, what was the human story behind some of this? And I wasn't going to let my son fail or not do well in his GCSEs because of journalists outside our front door. We also, as you know, had protesters outside our front door.
Do you find these questions hard?
It's also pretty hard to study from your GCSEs when you're starving or in a really fucking cold house.
Well, do I find protesters outside my front door when our children are in there worrying? Yes, I absolutely do. Do I want my son doing his GCSEs walking through journalists and protesters? No, I don't. I promised him, I promised my wife and I promised our children would protect them, and we will. But in both those cases, no money changed hands.
He keeps saying that.
Misunderstood. It feels to me you're a bit defensive. Like, do you feel you're being misunderstood on this? That we shouldn't be. That there are.
Like, would he be if he received it in Bitcoin or something? Would he be saying that no money changed hands?
Reasons behind all these expenses.
I think
these are digital assets.
It's really important you ask me the questions. That's why the declarations are there. But this is just. I think behind some of these. Numbers is a human story, and it's all important sometimes just to explain what the story is.
But I want to go back to the framing of it, which is you have said that we are all in this together. You said in your speech yesterday, it's a shared struggle, a project that says to everyone this will be tough. To coin a phrase, we're all in it together. And for some of it, whether you like it or not, it will look to some people that we're not all in it together, that because of your position, you get privilege and freebies that other people don't have access to. Take GCSEs. There will be some people that would also want a private place, have a different environment where they would like their child to
Where was my fucking free flat when I was studying for my GCSEs?
go so they could have a better opportunity. Do you see how it looks to some people that there's one rule for you in terms of being able to claim this stuff that other people don't have access to?
Well, I think that's why the rules are there to declare it. But look, every day...
Do you get it, though?
Every day...
Do you get how it looks?
If you're putting to me, Beth...
Do you get it, though?
...that I should have stayed in my town home...
Do you get me?
...and disrupted my son's GCSEs...
I'm not being funny, though, Kier.
I think you should put that
I'm
to
not
me.
being funny, though.
OK. Well, you're saying that you shouldn't have stayed in the home because you wanted to protect your boy.
I wanted him to be able to do his GCSEs,
parents,
and any parent would have made the same decision. I don't wake up every morning thinking about that. I wake up every morning thinking I've got a mandate to change the country. I've got a mandate to improve living standards. I've got a mandate to improve the health service.
I'm trying to talk to you about the optics of it, Prime Minister. If I go back to what you claimed in opposition, 4,500 on holiday accommodation, 16,000 on clothing, nearly £3,000 on glasses, over £35,000 in football, concert tickets, rugby, the races, over £17,000.
We've got the list here.
There might be human reasons for it, but do you understand the optics of it when you are the Prime Minister that said you were going to do politics differently? It looks like you're claiming loads of freebies.
Well,
do you get it? Even if you don't agree with it.
Do you get me though, Kier?
And I can't improve on that. If people think that my decision to try and protect my son's GCSEs was the wrong one, they're free to do so.
There's lots of other things in that, but it's not about your son.
If people feel that I should insist on sitting in the stands at Arsenal, notwithstanding the cost to other people.
The clothes, the
important.
concert tickets, there's other things in that.
Well, on the clothes, I mean, look, in the general election campaign, we're busy.
You should understand the optics after getting 3K of free classes.
And in this particular instance, said, well, I can help with sorting out some clothes. In opposition, that's one thing. What I would say now is I won't be doing donations for clothes again. There won't be any declarations like that. But look,
guys, don't send Kier any more gifts. He's not taking any more gifts. Stop sending him gifts. This is a serious message. No more gifts. He's not signing anything else. Peace and
I
love.
think that's a matter of judgment for individuals.
PO
And
box
Beth,
is
I might
closed.
just gently say, Sky invite us to quite a lot of hospitality events. Your summer party is a great party
Peace
costing
and
thousands
love.
of
Peace
pounds,
and
and you invite
love.
me every year. Presumably, you want politicians to continue to come, and you know, part of that is how politics. And that's why the declarations are really important.
What I'm trying to get to, which I think I can see, but perhaps you can't, is that for some people out there, it looks like you were going to do politics differently, and now they're seeing that you're claiming for lots of freebies, and it feels less of a clean break, and to some, a sort of continuity Johnson of getting rich friends to pay for stuff.
Well, I've given you the explanation.
But do you just not accept that? Am I just...
I understand why you're
on a
asking
different
questions.
page?
I understand why you're asking questions. Of course you're right to ask questions, and because you've asked questions, I've given my explanation about why it is that I don't go in the stands at football now, why it is that I want
Yeah, did we forget that his dad was a toolmaker among all of this? His dad was a mere toolmaker.
to protect my son in his GCSEs, why it is that, you know, my judgment call has been that when you've invited me to the Sky party costing
Peace and
thousands of
love.
pounds
Peace and love.
every year, I've accepted that invitation and come along.
And you would see that as a work event. Would you see a Taylor Swift concert as a work event, for example?
I think it's a judgment call for each
So you don't
MP.
want to change the rules?
I think it's a judgment call for each Member of Parliament.
So you're not going to change the rules, just to be clear, you don't think the rules need reviewing in light of some of the backlash?
Well, on the question
two-thirds
of
of the public think you should not accept these tickets.
It's a judgment call in relation.
By the way, toolmaker sounds like the most... I'm not making the obvious joke about, oh, he made... No, it's too obvious, guys. It's too obvious. But toolmaker sounds like the most medieval job ever. Who's like, oh yeah, I'm a toolmaker. I make tools. Are you from the 15th century?
To clothing, then I have made the decision that I won't accept donations for clothing. That was something that was done in opposition. We're now in government, so you won't be seeing those declarations.
Okay, Prime Minister, one other thing. Conference has just voted against the emblematic policy of your government cutting winter fuel allowance for pensioners. It's been rejected by your own party.
Yeah. Also, right, basically, the fact that winter fuel allowance for pensioners pisses me off. Like, the fact that it's a thing pisses me off. The fact that it needs to be a thing in the first place pisses me off. You know why it's a thing? It's because there's loads of fucking pensioners in this country that are living in houses that aren't insulated properly. And what the government could do is they could just pay one time to get those houses insulated. And they probably wouldn't need to give them fuel allowance because the houses would actually keep the fucking heat in. But they won't do that. They just let them pump the heating more with this extra money. And then it just goes to, like, obviously it makes it just... it's energy being wasted, and then climate change happens even quicker. It pisses me off that it's even a thing, that it even needs to be a thing, so that old people don't die.
Your first conference as Prime Minister, and they have voted you down. It's not just Labour, it's the country that's not with you on this policy. It's bad politics.
Well, I do understand why people are concerned about it, but we inherited a £22 billion black hole. That's money that was off the books that the last government hid from the public. That's got to be dealt with in year.
The big
We've
black
taken
hole.
a decision to deal with
the
it
big
because
Tory
that will
black hole.
stabilise the economy. That means we can commit and do commit, and through you I recommit to the triple lock, which means that for pensioners, state pensioners, there was £900 extra this year, 460 protected next year, and so on and so forth, which is why by stabilising the economy, we can ensure that pensioners are better off with a Labour government. And that's why we've taken this decision. But it is important that, through you, I say, for all those that are entitled to pension credit, that they take up that credit, because then, of course, the payment is guaranteed for winter fuel allowance, and also there's the benefit of the credit itself. So those are the two things that I think are really important on this.
Final question, mate. You said in your speech, no return to Tory austerity. To make it clear, are you considering changing borrowing rules in the budget to allow you to borrow billions more for investment in public services? Is that your answer to no return to Tory austerity?
Well, there will be no return to Tory austerity. We saw the damage that has done, and we're still feeling the damage that has done. Obviously, and I'm not going to get ahead of the budget, I've said economic growth is our number one mission. And, we are talking to investors across the world about investing here in the UK, the conditions and the stability, and therefore any public element of that will be alongside private investment.
But you're not ruling out, so you're considering changing borrowing rules?
No, I'm not going to get ahead of the budget.
In principle?
I'm not going to get ahead of the budget
or
go
you will
through.
Borrow to invest?
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of governments have always borrowed to invest. The question is whether we can trigger in the private investment that we need. And private investors say to me, what matters most is economic stability. That is the thing they consider over and above all else, which is why we're taking the tough decisions now to ensure we've got the economic stability that we need.
Basically, you're doing everything that will piss people off right now and then hoping that they'll forget that it happened. Invest! It's all about investing in the country. Well, here is a breakdown of the gifts declared by Sir Keir Starmer. Sir Keith. I'm going to call him Queef. Sir Queef Starmer. It's time to pour another beer as well. What have we got? West Coast Sesh. Santa Monica. 4.5%. Net contents, 330 millilitres. I don't know what the theme was for this month's Beer 52. West Coast Sesh. From Los Angeles to London. I don't know. I don't know where this beer's from. West Coast, brat! West Coast! Is it that? Me trying to be gangster. The theme was beer. Woo! Yep. Good two-thirds there. Second beer already. Are you commenting on the amount of drinks I'm having? No, I am gonna have after this one, right? Okay, after this one, I will have the 0 sugar Oreo Coca-Cola. Okay, 0 alcohol in that. All right. Not the Oreo Coke. Is it horrible? Is it bad? All right. Breakdown of gifts declared. Ready for this, Brooklyn? He's still on my lap. He's like... He keeps moving and trying to get comfortable, and then he'll like dig his claws into my fucking thighs. Brooklyn. Oh. Right. What we got? Accommodation, 20 grand. Just a cool 20 grand. Work clothing, 16,200. Because you need that. For suits, okay? Multiple pairs of glasses, 2,485. The Football Association Premier League, a total of 12,588. This consists of 4 tickets with hospitality to a... Oh no, that's separate. 4 tickets with hospitality to a Taylor Swift concert. And then the rest of these are Arsenal versus Porto versus Watford versus Everton. Tickets to the Euros final. Honestly though, like, I'm kind of disappointed this is also, like, he's such a basic bitch, isn't he? Like, he couldn't even be interested in getting gifts for things that are that are interesting. He couldn't, like, go to see some, like, weird underground metal band with his gifts. Taylor Swift and Coldplay. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, at least do something interesting. He's really living up to his name of just having no personality whatsoever. That's the worst thing about this. Oh, I should get my I haven't even got my thing out yet. Guys, I haven't even got my thing out yet. I haven't even got my thing out on stream yet. Where is it? Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, it's up now. The thing is up. Right, the Jockey Club, of course. We all need tickets to the Jockey Club, whatever the fuck that is. Crown Hawk Properties. I know what that one is. That one, Crown Hawk Properties. He stayed in Swansea. It's some Airbnb for 3 nights for a total of 4,500. What? Was he staying in a castle? £1,000 a night in Swansea, of all places. Who needs that much money to stay in Swansea for 3 nights? Yeah, we're only on page 2. The Jockey Club. So he's been doing a bit of horse riding? I don't know. Private box for 4 people at the Epsom Downs racecourse. So he's been watching a little bit of horse torture. Cool. Accommodation for 4 people in Gower. Nice. Tottenham Hotspur Football and Athletic Company. 5 tickets to Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, it's just more Arsenal games. Ugh. Arena Racing Corporation. 6 tickets to Doncaster races, but he did not attend. Morgan's Hotel. Loan of a house in Swansea. That's the one I'm talking about. I think that's the same one. I read somewhere else that was what that was. Crystal Palace Football Club. 3 tickets with hospitality. Arsenal again. Trust reservations. 4 members of staff. So he gets £1,000 a night, but 4 staff together, they have to get 556 quid between them. I'm assuming. so that works out at about what, like 150 quid a night, like your average cheap Premier Inn night rate. Night stay in hotel, 73. I mean, that's a normal price for a night in a hotel. 73 quid. That's a normal rate. Not £1,000. Manchester United Football Club. More Arsenal. West Ham United Football Club, Swansea City. This is all just fucking football, isn't it? Boring! At least do something interesting, Starmer. The Jingle Bell Ball. Yay! Arsenal. Get there, UK, whatever the fuck that is. Arsenal, football, Arsenal. Women's football, Tim Benson, oil painting. Okay, I want to know what that is. What the fuck happened there? Oil painting. Getter is like just eat. Getter. I've never. Getter. Getter. Groceries in minutes. Oh, it's like Uber Eats or... Hmm. Okay. I want to know what this oil painting was for. Did Kier get somebody... Did he get somebody to paint him like one of his French girls? What happened here? Football. Football, football. Matthew Moulding. Football. Hotel, football, football. Tattoo? He got a tattoo? What? Okay, this is getting interesting now. Did he get a tattoo? Oh no, this is a thing, right? Edinburgh military tattoo. What's this? This is a thing. What's this? I have not a clue what this is. An experience like no other, the show brings together the best of British military with international performances from a global cast, presenting emotionally charged entertainment featuring cutting-edge lighting, sound, and military precision. What? This is like some North Korea shit. What's this? I thought Kier got a tattoo, but nope. All right. A tennis club, of course. The Royal Box at Wimbledon. Just Eat. Guitar wasn't enough. He also needed Just Eat. A ticket to the British Kebab Awards, which he didn't even go to. He just fobbed that off to a member of staff. He was like, "Here, you have this." 522 quid though. 522 quid to go to the British Kebab Awards. First, how does that cost that much? How is that worth that much? What? This is since 2019. Oh, yeah, but it says a ticket. Like that would suggest one ticket was 522 quid. A ticket to Taste of London. Didn't want that. Gave that to a member of staff. Mullally & Co. Whatever that is. SJM concerts. 2 tickets to Arsenal. There we go. There's Coldplay. 4 tickets. I mean, 4 tickets to a Coldplay concert with hospitality for $698. That strikes me as kind of cheap for all of that. Like, what's $698? What would that be each? $174.50. That strikes me as pretty cheap for that. Bargain, mate, bargain. I mean, you can't say no to that. 4 tickets. No, the Rugby Football League. 2 tickets to the Challenge Cup final. Brighton Hove Football Club. Another Arsenal game. The Royal Parks Limited, whatever that is. Here we go. Adele. Really just driving home that lack of personality. Adele, man. No shade to Adele, but how basic can you get? Commonwealth Games Federation, 1 ticket to opening ceremony, reception, including member of staff. Practico Limited, whatever that is. Let's Google that for fun. What's Practico Limited? I bet it's the most boring thing ever. Lawyers. They're lawyers. Ooh, what did I need that for? 2 tickets for Arsenal. National Theatre. Tickets to see Nye, whatever that is. Is that Bill Nye? Nye tickets. No, it looks like it's just a play, but I'm not sure what it is. Some random play. It's nothing to do with Bill Nye. Edwin Collins, don't know what that is. A gift of band merchandise. It's not it's not New Year's Eve. It's a random play that's on. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I just googled it. It's a random play. Don't know what merchandise that was for. Probably fucking Coldplay, some basic shit. Anyway, yeah, that's what Keir Starmer's been spending his money on. A little look into his life. So interesting. Wow. It's about Naya Bevan, the founder of the NHS. Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember where I read it now. But basically, I was looking for where I read this. But basically, like Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, like over their political careers, they've only taken a few £1,000s in gifts, and in contrast, Keir Starmer's taken around £100,000. So that's why it's like really bad. But yeah, Rishi married his gift though. Yeah, absolutely. Rishi didn't need to do any of this shit. Poor Keir Starmer on his 84. Is that how much they get paid? 84,000 MP salary. Oh no, maybe I'm thinking of an old number. Right now, the basic annual salary for a member of Parliament in the House of Commons is £91,346 plus expenses. You see, and that's not enough. That's not enough for poor little Keir Starmer. 91,000. 91,000 pounds? How is he living? How is he living? I used to have that fucking auto-tuned crying baby on here. And I've lost it. Where's the auto-tuned crying baby? I swear I used to have it on here. La, la, la. Oh, but we also have the horn version of this. Oh, here it is. There we go. Remix. Oh yeah. A little bit of dissonance. $91,346. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So yeah. But yeah, no, that like some people say that actually MPs' salaries should be increased, and that's obviously a controversial take. But I think, well, the thing is, like, what you want to do is attract, like, you know, obviously you want to attract the best people to the jobs. But, like, I wouldn't have a problem with doing that because, like, for a job of that level of, like, prestigiousness, like, you could so easily, like, for that level of skill, you could so easily get some other different kind of job, like in a fucking bank or something, for so much more pay than that. So it's like, why would you ever become an MP unless you really, like, were bothered about your constituents and making the country a better place? Which I don't think any of them are that bothered about that. But no, I think what we should just, I don't know how much they should be paid, but what I think we should do is just, like, not allow them to take any, we should just ban them being able to take any job outside of being an MP. Like, there should, like, that has to be their salary, whatever it is. And they're just, like, not allowed to do any fucking thing else. You know? Nothing else! They must put all of their time into this job. Because, like, even when you come, like, you become the Prime Minister, you have, like, the top job in the entire fucking country, and you have to manage the economy, like, one of the biggest economies in the world you have to fucking manage. That's a really prestigious job. Like, that's even more prestigious than being, like, the head of a bank, a huge bank, is being, like, basically the head of the UK, which is one of the biggest economies in the world, which is like being the head of a huge fucking bank. And if you're the head of a huge fucking bank, you get paid way more than that. So, I mean, I don't even fucking care if they end up giving them more money. I think all they should do is just not allow them to take jobs outside of that. Your politicians are allowed to take second jobs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they get massively way on expenses. Exactly, yeah. So it's like, that's, like, they get second homes paid for because basically you're supposed to spend most of your time in your constituency because you're technically representing them, and then I think you have to go to Parliament at least one day a week, so they're allowed to expense a second home near to where Parliament is. And obviously loads of them end up taking the piss with the whole second home thing, which I think is fucking ridiculous. Less money, no gifts, less expenses, and no second jobs. I don't mind them being paid well. I don't mind them being paid generously. Just make sure that they're laser focused on the job that they're supposed to do. Build accommodation for MPs next door to Parliament. See, that's another thing that I think, like, they should have, like, dorms or something. Like, MP dorms. I don't know why they don't do that. Maybe there's a reason why they don't have MP dorms. But, like, just some, like, fucking hotel that they can all fucking stay in when they, like, for the one day a week that they need to actually be in Parliament. Instead of paying for an entire fucking flat in London, which is extremely expensive. And it's all paid for by the taxpayer. It's a massive waste. There'd be so much cocaine. Yeah. Hijinks, yeah. Yeah, but that is, like, yeah, I agree. I was like, well, yeah, I don't know why they don't do that, because it's, property in London is fucking insane. So expensive. I don't know why people choose to live in London, to be honest. Live up north, everything's so much cheaper up here. That's a big reason why they were trying to build HS2, which I think they've, like, completely scrapped the plans to get HS2 to come all the way up to Leeds now. HS2 was supposed to be a high-speed rail link between, like, London and many parts of the north, like Manchester and Leeds and stuff. They've basically scrapped it now, but if it went through, then it would have brought like loads of the economy up north. I think it would have been a really good thing to have. And obviously trains are awesome. But now they've wasted loads of money on it, and we don't even know if it's going to end up going ahead anymore. But, like, we really need to sort of spread out the wealth in this country. We really do, because London's, like, just a hub. Like, everything's too expensive in London. Too expensive. Like, loads more stuff needs to be brought up north, because the north is a fucking great place, and I'm like lucky that I don't have a job where I have to work in close proximity to anything. Like, obviously everything I do is online. I don't need to be near anything, so I can happily live up north and live in, like, you know, a relatively cheap house. I'm also like not in Leeds city centre. I'm like sort of out in the suburb, but I'm like in a sort of commutable distance if I ever wanted to go into the centre for anything, which is nice. But yeah, like compared to living in London, oh, so cheap. What's this that you're putting in the Discord? Oh, actually, I was going to look through the React suggestions in the Discord, actually, as well. I will have a look at what you've been posting in there. What's this, though?
Paint peeling off the walls, sheets covering the windows, broken blinds, a mangled chair covered up with a wood board, an ancient stove with a giant hole, and yes, that's underwear in the living room. What looks and feels like the most run-down frat house on campus is actually the Capitol Hill home of some of the most powerful men in Washington.
Welcome to Omega House.
I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Dick Durbin and Chuck Schumer, the second and third ranking Senate Democrats, live here together.
You guys got the rent from him?
Their landlord and third roommate is Democratic Congressman George Miller. The house is so legendary, it inspired a new TV series, Alpha House. Except the Senate roommates in the Amazon.com show are Republicans.
We want to say
Or believe in having a sense of humor.
Nothing like us. Don't even begin to think so.
When people see this house, they're going to know, because in the show it's a little bit nicer. They have a thing where in the
Wait a minute.
Miller, the owner, started taking in tenants more than 30 years ago. The house hasn't been updated since.
When we stopped buying LPs, that was when the music stopped.
But you actually have a record player here.
Yes, the same exact records are there now as the day I moved in 1982.
The best part about it are the products that are on the cassette player.
This is
an
my
8-track?
This is my medicine cabinet right here.
I didn't know you were a metrosexual.
That's smooth as could be.
That's important.
Whose closet is this?
Mine.
Oh, Mr. Neat. Mr. Neat's closet.
Hey.
Schumer's stuff is strewn all over the living room.
Seriously, this is where you sleep every night?
Every night.
And you wake up to Barack Obama staring at you in the face?
Exactly.
Senator Durbin did, out you a little bit. He said this is the most that you've ever made your bed.
Just for you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And the blinds are particularly beautiful.
Yes, well, I can see the weather without having to get out of bed. It's a special effect.
The phone is still plugged in, but hasn't worked in years.
547-2513. You still remember the number.
You don't use a phone? No. What's the point?
Hey, he's always saving money.
Their couch was a money saver, too.
My son wanted to throw that away, put it out in the trash, and it had to be 12, 14 years ago, and I said it's better than anything we have.
Their refrigerator, well, it's a scary sight.
So what, like, how does it work with senators in the US? Are they not allowed to take extra jobs? Like, I also don't know how well they're paid. Are they not allowed to take extra jobs? Because like they look broke as shit.
Right.
That baguette, that looks a little aged.
It's a lethal weapon.
They're actually not allowed to take extra jobs. That's good.
No wonder they have a problem with rats.
The only extra job they need is insider trading.
It's me done that.
Wow. How many rats did you have?
Well,
Don't ask. I had a dream literally
174K. Okay, what's that in pounds? I'm sorry, I'm too British. But 174K USD. 130,000 pounds. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
2 nights ago that the rats were back.
I thought the rats were in the Senate. I didn't know they came to the House.
And what year is this from, Congressman?
Well, Ben Franklin gave that to us.
Yeah.
Since this is not a kitchen fit for cooking, the congressional roomies take the easy route. Cold cereal. They buy it in bulk.
So you're the Raisin Bran.
Did she say cold cereal? What?
Roomies take the easy route. Cold cereal.
Isn't all cereal cold? Did she say cold cereal? All cereal is cold. What's she talking about?
They buy it in bulk.
So you're the Raisin Bran, Senator Durbin.
Porridge. Oatmeal. What? What? Cold cereal? I'm so confused now. Cold cereal. If I Google cold cereal, I'm just getting normal cereal. What is cold cereal? Cereal that's not heated before serving. So all cereal. All cereal. I'm so confused. I'm going to Google hot cereal, but I'm going to keep it off screen. Hot cereal. So I got so like porridge is hot cereal. I have never heard of that. I have never heard of it being called hot cereal. Mind blown. Anyway.
Which one are you?
Oh, I prefer Raisin Bran, but I like the mini wheats.
The fictitious lawmakers in Alpha House have breakfast together, watch sports at night. Not so much here.
I come in about midnight from my office usually.
And we leave while he's sleeping.
And they leave him while I'm sleeping. We do it by design.
An opening scene of Alpha House shows a bowl of flag pins on the counter. This is what they have on their counter.
Screws and a random pill and a pen in case you need one.
I did legitimately think that she was going to pick up some like proper like drug paraphernalia then, but unfortunately no.
It's modern art.
It's hard to believe such prominent politicians live in these conditions.
Like a spoon and like a, like a lighter.
When my wife comes, she will not stay here.
But they're only in Washington about 3 nights a week.
What makes it work?
Your friends. Your friends.
We love it. It's home.
Dana Bash, CNN, at the real Alpha House near Capitol Hill.
Oh, dear. All right. All right. What else have you been putting in the Discord? I'm feeling like a piss is coming soon. A piss may be on the way. You know what? I didn't even we are technically doing UK news right now. And I didn't even do the BBC theme. Where's the theme exactly? I mean, what sample are we going to use for it? Hopefully I don't nuke my entire computer while trying to load this. What I really shouldn't do is have like a million instances of Contact open while streaming. Why do I live on the edge like this? If I completely nuke my computer right now, you know it's because I'm just really stupid. And I have a million instances of Contact open at once. I have Huw Edwards on there, but obviously we don't want her anymore. She's such old news now. Oh, I can't even hear her. Why can't I hear it? Oh, right. The sample's probably up. Yeah, the sample's offline. Right. What should we sample here? I'm such a risk taker. Cold cereal. The woman saying cold cereal. I'm going to have to find that video again then. I'm going to have to open it again. Random. Oh, we found the oil. We found Keir Starmer's oil painting. What? This is what he got gifted. Oh, that's the artist. It's not the actual painting. Oh, okay. So maybe it was like a portrait of Starmer. Okay. I wonder if we can see a picture of Starmer on here. Who are these people? What? That's not it. I need to find the painting. All right. Right, okay. Hot cereal.
Paint peeling off the walls, sheets covering the windows, broken blinds, a mango.
Now I'm going to have to find where she was talking about hot cereal. There we go.
The easy route. Cold cereal.
Exactly 3 minutes in. I'm quick. I'm so fucking quick. Download MP3. Let's fucking go. Give me that cold cereal. We just have to go 3 minutes in.
Cold cereal. Cold cereal. Cold cereal. Cold cereal. Cold cereal.
All right, let's see what that sounds like.
Cold cereal. 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 Cold cereal.
It sounds to me now like she's saying cold Syria.
Cold cereal. Cold
Oh,
cereal.
no, I don't.
Cold cereal. 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 cereal, cold 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 cereal.
Are you ready for it to go up an octave?
Cold cereal.
Just one octave. I do think it's struggling a little bit. I might freeze a few of these tracks for next time because I can feel it struggling a little bit. Like you can hear it like cutting out a little bit.
Cold cereal, cold cereal, cold cereal, cold cereal. Cold.
I love how it just goes insane at the end. Yeah, like this CPU thing up here, it's like fine at about 20% and then it like randomly jumps up to like 45%. It's like, oh god, I can't do this. All right, let's get the piss song open. Cold Syria, cold Syria, cold Syria, cold Syria. CPU lies. Lies of the CPU. All right, I do need to piss, so I will piss, and I will leave you with this.
I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making a piss.
There is a spider in my bathroom that is terrorizing me. I don't know how to get rid of it because it's underneath, like my bath at the minute doesn't have like a front covering on it, so I can see it underneath the bath and it's in a little crack where I can't get to it easily. Every time I go in there, it's like inched a little bit closer to the toilet where I have to pee. It's terrorizing me. It's huge. I know, I could hoover it up. I could. I will at some point. I need to build that bath wall to stop the spiders. Oh, people always say that about spiders. Oh, it's eating the bugs, it's eating the flies in your house. Bitch, I'd rather my house be completely just full. I'd rather be neck deep in flies than have one spider in my house. I'd rather have them buzzing all over my face. I don't fucking care. Oh, just the little legs, the little. Right. What's in the Discord? Elon Musk's daughter's posts about him are fucking golden. This girl has been popping off on Threads. I understand your new I said your new album. I understand your new angle is this a Western values Christian family man thing, but it's such a weird choice. You're not a family man, you are a serial adulterer who won't stop fucking lying about your own children. You're not a Christian, as far as I'm aware, you've never stepped foot in a church. You are not some bastion for equality and progress. You called Arabic the language of the enemy when I was 6, have been sued for discrimination multiple times, and are from apartheid South Africa. You are not saving the planet, you do not give a fuck about climate change, and you're lying about multiplanetary civilization as both an excuse and because you want to seem like the CEO from Ready Player One. I've not seen that or read it, but I take your word for it. I would mention the birth rate stuff, but I'm not touching that weird 14 words breeder shit with a 10-foot pole. Don't bother reading Ready Player One. Is it not good? Okay, I won't bother. Fine. You single-handedly disillusioned me with how gullible we are as a species because somehow people keep believing you for reasons that continue to evade me. I mean, honestly, it's just money. It's just money. He somehow, by pure luck, managed to become the richest person in the world, and for some reason people think that we live in a meritocracy. That's literally the only reason. But yeah, he's like worryingly white supremacist. I don't think people realize how truly white supremacist he really is with the whole birth rate shit, and how like he genuinely thinks that his genes are superior, and that's why he's trying to have as many babies as possible, is because he literally thinks that he has amazing genes. That's quite clearly why. It's the same with all those like tech bros and those like the whole pronatalist movement. It's so white supremacist. It's worryingly white supremacist. And it's really tied into like the whole effective altruism movement, and Like all of these people who think that like their tech inventions and their algorithms can save humanity. But it's like, it's not, doesn't only come back to their algorithms and their tech, it also comes back to, they think their genes are going to save humanity as well. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. I think it comes from this like this incorrect belief about genes, which came about from how like literally our generation as kids were taught about how genetics works. We were taught that genetics works with, like, as kids we were taught that genetics works by Mendelian genetics, basically, which means that it's a very, very simplified way of how genetics actually works. Like Mendelian genetics is basically like your mum and your dad have, like, you know, blue and brown eye genes, and some of the genes are dominant and some of them are recessive, and if you like inherit two dominant, then you get the blue eyes. If you get one dominant and one recessive, you inherit the dominant gene, so you get blue eyes. But if you get two recessive, then you end up with the recessive trait, which might be like the brown eyes. And that's how people like mostly think that that's how genes still works. And that's how I was taught that genes worked in school as a small kid. It's only recently, in like the past decade, that we've actually realized that genes are way more complex than that. It doesn't work like that at all. And what your genome is actually doing, and like when you mate with someone else, is what it's actually trying to do is just completely random. Like it's trying to output something that's like completely fucking random, because what biology is trying to do overall is create variance, because that makes a robust species. When you have as much variance as possible, that makes your species really robust, because it's like prepared for whatever might come next. Whereas all of these tech bros, they're still thinking about genes in like this, in the same way that like Nazis did, which we now know is just like completely fucking bullshit. If they would actually read how genes work and how we've realized how they work in the past couple of decades, then they'll realize that it's all completely wrong. And like, it doesn't fucking matter what your genes are. All genes are is like creating, all genes are trying to do is create variance. And then that variance interacts with the current environment. So all this like birther shit is just it's unscientific. It's just fucking stupid. But yeah, they're trying to bring eugenics back. Yeah, it's Ubermensch. It's Ubermensch shit. What else is in this Discord? Okay, this is a bit long. Brett and Eric Reinstein, brothers in fraudulence. If I remember correctly, the Human Genome Project has only been able to confirm a small proportion of traits to specific genes than what was imagined possible. Yeah, I went through it in my video. We still don't know like most of what is going on in regards to the human genome. this? Town freaked out by arrival of giant baby. A giant baby puppet has appeared in the centre of a town and has been described as creepy and the ugliest baby I've ever seen by stunned passers-by. The 8.5-metre high figure called Lily was placed in Rochdale Town Centre as part of a council project to encourage school children to talk about the importance of the environment. Those conversations have been recorded and will be broadcast from the baby when it is relocated for an event next month at Hollingworth Lake Nature Park. But members of the public have been left unsettled by the baby's presence, with some calling it creepy. Oh my god, yeah, it's like the Squid Game doll, isn't it? One person told BBC Radio Manchester that they had never seen anything like this in Rochdale before. I mean, I've never seen anything like it anywhere. Well, another said the baby was like something from a 1990 sci-fi comedy, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I came around the corner and I thought, it's just creepy with its eyes shut. Never mind open. Another passerby asked whether there was someone inside. School groups have been invited to speak to the baby about their plans for looking after nature and animals in future. The recordings will then be played back on 24th of October as a part of the 3-day Wild Wonders event, an outdoor environmental arts festival organised at Hollingworth Lake by Rochdale Council. Wow, beautiful. Yeah, that is fucking horrible. What the hell? Like, what is this bit here? Is there someone inside it? Or is that a speaker or something? What the fuck is going on? Is it a puppet? Is that why they're like, hold... Oh my god, it's horrible. Is there a video of it, though? Let's go on YouTube. No. Oh. Oh god, there is. Oh. It's a bloody YouTube short. Bloody YouTube short. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh, this sound is not making it any better. The completely cooked sound on this YouTube short is not making me feel any better. That was horrible. What else is in here? Oh, we have done Donald Trump's watches in here, but we're still technically on the UK news. All right, let's move on. Let's finish the UK news first.
Days.
Yes. Al-Fayed is a serial rapist.
After a BBC investigation exposed decades of serious sexual abuse allegations against the former Harrods owner Mohamed Al-Fayed. Earlier.
Why are we on 480p?
Here today, BBC Breakfast heard testimonies from survivors. They were joined by some of the women who say they were either raped or sexually assaulted by the billionaire businessman while working for the luxury department store. Here is another chance to hear what they had to say, a warning you may find some of their testimony upsetting. First, Ellie Price looks at the story so far.
He was the Egyptian billionaire with links to the highest level of British society. He died without the world knowing the truth.
I woke up startled and he was just there wearing nothing but...
I watched this documentary. It is wild.
A silk, like, dressing gown type smoking jacket thing. And he tried to get in the bed with me.
Yeah, he's Dodi Al-Fayed's father. He owns, he died at 94. I think he died last year, right? At 94. Dodi is his son. He's the guy who was dating Princess Diana when she died in 1997. They both died. So Dodi and Diana died in that car crash in 1997. He died, I think, last year at age 94. So he's never going to see justice for everything that he's done. And he is the owner of Harrods, which is like a really upscale, posh store in London.
And I told him, no, I don't want you to. And he proceeded to just keep trying to get in the bed, at which point he was kind of on top of me and really couldn't move anywhere. I was kind of face down on the bed, and he just pressed himself on me.
He threw himself on top of me. His hands were all over me, and, you know, I was wearing a dress. He was very, very forceful. I, thank God, reacted and kicked him off. Ran down the hallway into my room in sheer terror because I just didn't know what would happen.
We will say it plainly. Mohamed Al-Fayed was a monster.
Lawyers for his victim say this may be the worst case.
I was going to say, I recognise this lady because I recently watched a documentary about the death of Lacey Peterson. And she became the lawyer for Lacey Peterson's husband's, like, girlfriend that he was cheating with Lacey Peterson with. Like, she became her lawyer. So, like, basically, this woman's called Gloria Allred. And, like, her job as a lawyer is basically looking after women in, like, high-profile cases.
Case of corporate sexual exploitation of young women the world has ever seen. Mohamed Al-Fayed owned Harrods between 1985 and 2010. In that time, multiple allegations of rape and sexual assault were made, and yet neither the police nor the Crime Prosecution Service were able to bring a case against him. The boss of the CPS during some of that time told Breakfast he had nothing to do with it.
No, it didn't cross my desk. Senior prosecutor.
Was Gloria Allred involved in the Trump case as well? I didn't know that.
Prosecutors take decisions all the time in the Crown Prosecution Service. Hundreds of thousands of decisions are taken every year. So I don't know the details, but certainly I had nothing to do with it.
Since the documentary...
Yeah, like, like, people do actually shop at Harrods, but yeah, shit is really expensive in there. And, like, you're only gonna buy something there if you're, like, expecting to buy some stupid, really, you know, huge label bullshit, which is, you know, just a rip-off anyway. But yeah.
Documentary aired, dozens of people have contacted the BBC to share.
I watched a good video recently, actually, about how luxury brands are actually marketed towards low-income people more than they are marketed towards high-income people, because they find that low-income people are more likely to, like, want to spend money on things that make them look rich when they're actually not.
Their experiences. Among them Jessica, not her real name, who told me a manager, who still works for Harrods, failed to investigate when she complained about Al-Fayed's inappropriate behaviour. She claims another manager cherry-picked young girls for him.
I feel quite strongly that the people that facilitated it happening also need to be brought to justice, and that is part of the reason why I'm now speaking out about it. Those people, you know, I can see are still working either within the company or in other companies, and I have no doubt they have to have been fully aware of what was happening.
Harrods, under new ownership, says it's appalled by the allegations and has launched a compensation scheme for former employees who say they were attacked by Al-Fayed. It also says it's investigating whether any current employees were involved, but has not told us whether anyone has faced any action as a result of that internal review. Mohamed Al-Fayed died last year, but many of his victims hope some justice can still be brought. Ellie Price, BBC News.
We are joined here on Breakfast right now by Jen, Nicole, Lindsay.
I mean, like, this news bulletin doesn't cover, like, the worst shit. There is a whole Panorama documentary. Is it Panorama? I don't know. I saw it on iPlayer anyway. Getting use out of my £15 a month TV license fee. Yeah, the BBC made a documentary on it, and it really gives you a lot of detail about what he did. And, like, literally, when you got hired by Harrods, basically, they'd make it seem like it was normal protocol for you to get a medical checkup. Only if you were a woman, though. It was like normal protocol for you to get a medical checkup, and part of this medical checkup was an STD test to check that you were clear of any infections, STDs, basically. Yeah, it's really, really creepy. And basically, Al-Fayed would basically hire young women on the basis of their looks and nothing else, and then he'd make them get an STD test, which was then carried out by, like, a doctor that he'd hired. And, like, obviously these young vulnerable women were like, oh, right, this must be normal for a job. Obviously it's not. Like, that's their private medical information. And these, like, doctors that he had hired would just give their medical information directly to Al-Fayed. So, like, it wasn't confidential at all. So he, like, would know whether they had any STDs or not. And then when he knew that they were, like, clear of anything, he'd be like, okay, cool, well, I can use them. And then he'd, like, invite them up to his office for, like, you know, private talks or whatever. And then he'd try to, like, charm them initially, but when they said no, then he would, like, he would get violent, basically. And he would force them. He would rape them. And with one of the women, he actually lied to her and said that her medical test had come back as though she'd had an STD, when she didn't. And he gave her pills to take. He was like, you have an STD, you have to take one of these pills every night to get rid of it. Turned out the pills were actually sedatives. So he was expecting her to take them every night. Luckily, she'd asked, like, a doctor friend of hers what the pills were, and her, like, friend told her, these aren't, like, STD tablets, these are not sedatives. So basically, he was expecting her to take one of these sedatives every night, and then what he tried to do after he thought that she'd taken the sedative, he tried to get into her room. Like, she'd locked her door, and he was trying to get into it, thinking that she'd taken the sedative and she was going to be all woozy and let him in, and then just, like, let him do whatever to her. Yeah, he did a bit of Bill Cosbying. Like, it's fucking wild. It's horrible. Anyway.
Gemma and Catherine, along with their barrister, Dean Armstrong, and our own correspondent, Ellie Price. Catherine, we're going to start with you this morning. Thank you, all of you, for talking to us. The first thing I think we would say is take your time, because I know you all have difficult, challenging and complicated stories to tell. Catherine, if we could start with you, just tell us what happened.
I was hired in 2005 through an actual formal selection process, and I didn't actually know who I was going to be working for. It was just said to be a high net worth individual, so it was only at the last minute that we discovered who it was going to be for, and I was hired with Nicole behind me. But we never really saw one another. We were kept very much apart. And the first week or so was really humiliating, because I had the Harrods attire of a black suit, and he would call me into his office and tell me this doesn't work and this is distracting, and then would rip my buttons open of the front of my shirt and stuff money into my pocket and tell me to go and buy more suits. And I would come back the next day and repeat it for a week. And then it was, your hair's awful, you need to straighten your hair. Sent me for a lip wax. So by the end of the first week, I was shattered, because this is supposed to be the big new job.
That was the first week?
Yeah. So I ended up with a lot of suits. So yeah, that was my initial experience. I later travelled to Paris with him, realised I was in danger there because my door didn't lock, and had to barricade the door with a suitcase and a chair. And ultimately, he forced himself upon me in his office, and I fought him off, and I said, I'm a PA and I'm a PA only, that's all I do. And he said, well, you should have gone to work in the post office then if that's what you wanted. And the next day my desk was gone and I lost my job.
So sorry. Nicole, you mentioned you started work at the same time.
Yes.
And you would like to share your story with us this morning as well.
Yes, so my story is basically very similar start to Catherine. I was brought in from an external recruiter, so not through Harrods, and as a sort of senior executive assistant. And one of the things I really vividly remember in the office was this palpable anxiety that you could really feel. There's like a sort of hum in the air. And people would explain it to me that he was very mercurial, so he would come in and you would never know what you were going to get. You would never know if he was going to be in a good mood, he would be shouting. So every single day, you sort of have this anxiety of, right, what's the day going to bring? How am I going to have to manage this? How am I going to be able to get through the day? And it was a battle to sort of come out the other side smiling. And the awful thing is, I think you'd sort of get used to it. You know, it becomes normal. So, yes, but we did, it was an interesting introduction to working for him. It was difficult.
And Gemma, you'd like us to explain what happened to you. So I'm going to just read this for the people who are watching. You worked as one of Al-Fayed's personal assistants between 2007 and 2009. You've told us that you were...
The mood is serious right now, yes. I will have to watch something silly after this to make up for it.
Raped by Mohamed Al-Fayed in Paris. You say his behaviour became more frightening during work trips abroad. And it's very often the case, isn't it, Gemma, that even having to say the words again is another trauma. I'm sorry that you even have to hear the words again, because I know it's deeply, deeply distressing for you.
He was the Princess Diana guy's dad. He owned Harrods, which is a big, prestigious, high-end store in London. Dodi Al-Fayed was his son, who Princess Diana was dating when he died.
But just tell us the impact this period of time has had on your life.
It's something that's probably never going to go away. I think, there's going to be ways we can start to deal with it, cope with it, but ultimately, it feels like Harrods is never going to disappear. And it's something it's present in everyday life. And, I think being able to come out and speak about it, although it's rehashing the trauma, it's helpful. These women have been amazing support, and I think we're sort of getting stronger together day by day. But yeah, I think it's definitely trauma that's lifelong.
feel that strength when you walked in together, sort of looking after one another, supporting one another this morning. If we turn to you, Jen, you've decided to waive your right to anonymity for the first time. And you've asked us to explain what happened to you while you were working at Harrods. You say you worked for Mohamed Al-Fayed for almost 5 years. You've told us you were subjected to a number of serious sexual assaults and attempted rape. Why is it so important for you to speak this morning?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's part of the healing process. I have lived with this as a secret that I've been deeply ashamed of for 35 years. I hadn't told a soul. And when this action began a couple of years ago, it offered me the opportunity to perhaps deal with that trauma and begin to heal from the trauma. Initially, I didn't want to be involved because Mohamed was still alive, and as ridiculous as that may sound to people not involved, he still felt like a threat until the moment he died.
This has only been public quite recently. I remember somebody saying, I can't remember who, that the only reason that this all came out is because somebody was actually trying to make like quite a positive documentary about Mohamed Al-Fayed, and when they actually looked into like his career closely, all of this stuff started to come out. That's the only reason that it's coming out now. There's like a huge Netflix series. I don't know how big it is in the US, but in the UK, there's a huge Netflix series called The Crown, which is basically a dramatization of the royal family and everybody who was like closely involved with the royal family. And Mohamed Al-Fayed was depicted in this Netflix dramatization as like quite a positive figure who like really was like a good influence on the royal family. And now obviously all of this stuff's come out. It's like, actually, it was like a really fucking bad, evil rapist.
His death helped me to be able to come forward without fear of any consequences. I've recently been able to tell my family, which has been a huge thing for me. It was something I hope never to have to do, but I have now. And I would like to be able to appeal to anybody else who's been through something like this that hasn't yet come forward. And I'm hoping that in doing what we're doing, we will encourage more people to do the same.
And Lindsay, you would like us to explain your story. You worked as a personal assistant to Mohamed Al-Fayed for 5 months, from 1989 to 1990. You've told us he sexually harassed you, sexually assaulted you, groped you on a daily basis, and then trafficked you to Paris, where he attempted to rape you. You have no memory of your trip home from Paris, but did sustain significant injuries. You assume you were drugged. You were then falsely imprisoned in the Harrods management offices by a colleague under Mohamed Al-Fayed's instruction, but you managed to escape. And Lindsay, we were just hearing from Jen that the fear, actually, that has continued through the years. I wonder, having just heard a tiny bit of your story there, whether you maybe carry that fear with you now too.
I do. I mean, Harrods will never leave me. The thoughts, the memories I have from those tragic episodes, you know, are inside me. And, you know, I just think that Harrods need to have some accountability because someone paid for the medical. You know, I had an invasive medical procedure in order to get a secretarial job. And Harrods must have paid for that. You know, they enabled this whole team of people who needs 25 PAs? They enabled all these people, enabled this situation and left us like lambs to the slaughter for one purpose. So the trauma is within me. There are lots of things that trigger me. Gypsy King's music, particularly.
Why?
Gypsy King, why?
Because he was always playing it. I don't know if he was in your eras, but he was always playing that kind
Dion,
of...
when I was there.
Celine Dion. The Roger and Galley soap. Yeah, so lots of things trigger me. And, you know, I just think that we won't ever get over it, but being together now is a fantastic support.
We should just explain to people who are watching as well. This morning we've talked to you all beforehand about what imagery you're OK with this morning, because we don't want to cause you any more extra distress about seeing and sensing things. Catherine, what kind of strength do you get from all being together? I could see you nodding and acknowledging stories that you were hearing from your newfound friends.
Well, yeah, I mean, watching the whole documentary last week, I was shouting at the screen because there were things that people were saying, and I was like, yes, that's exactly what happened. And that's what happened on Friday. You know, we met
Ellen from
at the
now
press
on.
conference and became instant friends, really, and we were swapping war stories, and
Is
and
she
we
in
all
here?
have the same pattern, even though if you lined us up, I think we go from the working there in the 80s to the mid-2000s, but nothing really changed from what he was doing. We were all in the same places with the same unlocked doors, and the same. Our passports were taken away for the entire trip.
You've come in when we're talking about sexual assault and rape. But we're only watching this video, and then we're gonna lighten the mood a bit, I promise.
To France, and
a lot of the UK news at the minute is sexual assaulty. It's not good.
All of us had the same experiences, and being all together, I think it's quite good to think, oh God, I thought for ages this was just me. So yeah, I think it was Jen who said on Friday about walking out there feeling 3 feet taller, because you feel like you're empowered by everybody else as well. So,
And Nicole, listening to just the start of your stories, I wonder whether there was a tremendous culture of secrecy.
Yeah, it really
for
felt
a long
like
time.
That. Yeah, I think I really did feel that people weren't being honest and open, but it was a really difficult thing to broach because I actually didn't know what was true, what wasn't true. There were lots of rumours and, people sort of talked. But for me, his reputation was more sort of, oh, he's a bit of a lech, he's a bit handsy. It was that. It wasn't the more serious, accusations, because there's absolutely no way I would have ever worked for him if that was the case. Yeah. I mean, you probably should have had a clue when we did the medical, and it was highly invasive. And I remember thinking, hang on a minute, that's not right. But it was sold to me as an MOT, like a Bupa full, full body MOT. Aren't you lucky? This would cost you thousands. You're so lucky getting this. And that's how it was, we were basically gaslit into accepting behaviour that really wasn't normal at all. Yeah.
Gemma, I was really struck when Catherine was talking about the range of dates where you and others worked for him. Just summarises how long a period we're talking about.
It is. It's disgusting, and it's shocking, actually, the amount of women that have probably been involved over those years. It could be thousands at this point. You just don't know. I mean, in my time, there must have been hundreds of women that were brought up to the offices and, disappeared into meeting rooms and then, left crying. But like you said, it's such a secrecy surrounding it all. You were terrified to speak out and ask questions, so you kind of accepted what was going on and internalised that actually, is it just me? Am I the victim of the really hard behaviour? It's just terrifying to think of.
Lindsay, I'm curious to know, because there's a pattern here, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Oh shit! Sorry, I pressed, in Streamlabs, I pressed pause on the alerts, thinking that they would just stop coming up in Streamlabs, but I think it also means that it stops them doing the alert on stream. So because I've paused them for ages, I think they're all just going to come through at the same time on stream now. I'll just turn them down. Yeah, there we go.
An absolute pattern of behaviour.
Yes.
Tell us about the significance of the trips, the foreign trips.
Well, he always had tried to isolate me, and I was told that I was going on a business trip to Paris, when in fact it turned out I was being trafficked, because we went for dinner to the Ritz with another colleague and 3 celebrities, and I got a tap on the shoulder by the security, and me and this other colleague got taken to our accommodation, which I assumed would be the Ritz Hotel, because he owned it and we were there. But we got taken to Dodie's flat, and as you walked in, all the doors locked behind you, and I said to the security guy, you know, what's that all about? And he said, oh, it's just to keep you safe, but it was to make sure you couldn't escape. So, yeah, that was my experience.
God, this all sounds
And,
fucking terrifying.
It was the most terrifying night of my life. Yeah.
Jen, yeah, I think we're just all speechless, aren't we? Just listening to the stories. You must share that sense of, even though you've been through it, that sense of incredulity that so many others were going through.
Absolutely, and I think as far as I'm aware, were one of the earlier people to have worked for him at Harrods. And I felt at the time that it was just happening to me. Isolation was a really important thing for him. He made you feel like you were the only person that he was doing this to. But you have to remember as well, our phones were tapped. There was surveillance cameras in our office. I had a flat in Park Lane that was given to me by Mohamed to live in, and I found out at a later date that also had cameras in it. And so we never had an opportunity to speak to one another and try and find that common ground that this wasn't just happening to you, because we were constantly living in fear of the fact that we were being listened to and watched at all times. And as sad as it is, one of the things that's given me huge comfort is that kind of safety in numbers thing now, that it wasn't just me. I mean, it's terribly sad how many women it's happening to, and I think there are still probably victims out there that haven't had the strength yet to come forward.
Do you think that sense of being watched, being monitored at that time, do you think that then lasted for years? Is that one of the reasons why you felt you couldn't come forward, didn't want to speak about this for so long?
Yeah, I think also the other thing that none of us have spoken about yet, but certainly for me was a huge issue, is feeling deeply ashamed of what happened, feeling guilty, feeling that somehow this was my fault. Was my skirt slightly too short? Was my lip gloss slightly too glossy? And I have spent the last 35 years thinking that that was my fault, that what happened was my fault, that I stayed for nearly 5 years, that was my fault. I was terrified to leave. I had threats made against my...
Mohamed is Jamal Khashoggi's uncle. I didn't know that. Really?
...myself and my family if I were to leave and speak about it. So it, you know, it took me a great deal of courage to be able to even voice the words.
And in situations like this, very often the perpetrator will take your power away. That's what happens, isn't it? You feel powerless. Was there ever a moment that you could try and, despite that, confront him? And if you did, what happened?
Well, I lost my job. I said no, get away from me, and that was it. So that's what happens there. Which ultimately I was glad about. You know, I was lucky to get out.
Mohamed had said to me that when I first worked for him, that I was to look upon him as a father figure, and that he would protect me, care for me, look after me, hence the apartment, so that I didn't have to travel home late at night. And he asked me to call him Papa when we were on our own with him. And so when the abuse started and the attacks became more regular, my response time after time after time was to say, you can't do this. I look at you as a father figure. Please don't behave in this manner. And to some degree, in certain circumstances, that worked. In others, not so much.
Yeah, like in the documentary, they were basically saying he would like say, "Oh, call me Papa," and he would like put himself across as like a father figure to these young women that he was hiring. And they would basically say that like at first his hugs would be like normal, but then the hugs would get longer and longer and longer and more like lingering hugs. They just get longer and longer. And then one of them was like, one of the women said that one day when he like hugged her, he like hugged her for really long, and then he just sort of went in for a kiss. And then, like, when she tried to pull away, he, like, got really pissed off with her. That kind of shit. Really creepy. Horrible shit. Run if a guy says that to you, no matter what. Call me Papa. Yeah. I need to pee again, for fuck's sake. Alright. I'll be back in a sec. I've been sent a cat to react to. That is a great cat. Excellent eye bleach. Oh. All right, I need to pee one more time, and then I think I'll do a little taste test of the Oreo Coca-Cola as soon as I'm back. I'll come back with a report of how close the tarantula in the bathroom has got to me. I'm assuming when I go back in there, it would have edged a little bit closer to the toilet, and I'll be sat there weeing, staring at it. We'll be having a little bit of a face-off while I'm peeing.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
It's in the public channel in the Discord.
I can't talk right now.
Let me I'll show you. I'll fucking show you what I'm being terrorized by. There is a brush next to it for scale. Wait. We got a raid. Oh, thank you for the raid, Ellen. From now on, I'm about to put a spider on screen. Trigger warning. How fucking big is that? This is the brush for scale. This thing is staring at me when I go for a wee. I hate it. It's huge. It's a tarantula. I don't care what you say. It's a goddamn tarantula. Let me shut the door. I'm going to shut the door in case it runs in here. It's horrible. My bathroom doesn't normally look like this as well. It's so this thing here is my bath. Like, so there should be a front, like, on the bath. There should be a front, like a, what do you call it? Like a bath panel there should be a panel over the front of it, but my whole bathroom's being redone at the minute, so. So basically, now I can see all of the horrible things that go on behind my bath panel, including tarantulas that come out. Facade? Is it called a facade? I don't know. All right, I'm going to have this. I'm going to do a taste test. Right, I'm going to get that horrible spider off the screen. That little bitch. I'm going to do a taste test of this Coca-Cola Oreo. Let's have a wee break from the heavy news. Is it bad? If you tried it, is it bad? Oh, that's a very sad sounding lo-fi. I don't want it to sound that sad. Let's put some jazz music on. No, I want it to sound happier than that. I think we need some bossa nova. Come on. No, not that. Bossa nova background music, please. With a AI generated image would be great. There we go. That's what I want. AI generated image with bossa nova backing track, please. Now. Full screen. Full screening myself. Oh. What's going on with my makeup? I don't know. Don't look too closely. Let's try the Oreo Coca-Cola. You scared for me? Shall we do a pour? A Coca-Cola pour? Oh, wow. It's lively. It doesn't last very long, the head. The head is over before you know it. Okay. Let's go! Oh, yeah, I was supposed to sniff it first and, like, swish it around, wasn't I? All I can taste so far is Coke. I can't taste Oreo. It just tastes like Coke. What? Is it supposed to have an aftertaste? It tastes like a slightly, maybe a slightly sweeter Coke. But I'm not getting the Oreo. I'm not getting the Oreo. I'm not. It is a lie. It's a fucking lie. No. I'm not impressed. You're supposed to mix it with milk. No, I'm not impressed. It just tastes like, what am I thinking of? Like that really sweet spirit that you mix with Coke sometimes. Begins with A. Disaronno. That doesn't begin with A. But yeah. Amaretto, yeah. It tastes a little bit like amaretto and Coke. Which I like, but that doesn't taste like Oreos. Yeah, tastes a bit like absinthe, but like a really weak absinthe and Coke. Disappointing. Disappointing! Did I say absinthe? Because I meant amaretto. I didn't mean absinthe. I meant amaretto. Disaronno. I didn't. If I said absinthe, I didn't mean absinthe, but you're all saying absinthe. No, I meant amaretto. All right, enough AI generated bossa nova now. A little bit more UK news and then we'll chat about some US stuff, shall we? If you're from the United States of America, you might not even know that this story's going on. You might not even know about... You probably don't even fucking know who Huw Edwards is. If you're from the United States of America.
The showbiz suit and sunglasses were gone. Today, Huw Edwards was prepared for the possibility of going to prison, bringing a suitcase with him. This was Edwards after he'd been caught for receiving more than 40 photos and videos of children being abused.
Do you know who he is? This is his mugshot. We're not used to seeing him in a mugshot, but he is like the BBC's... He was like the BBC's #1 newsreader. He did all the big stories. He is the one who told the UK. He told Britain that the Queen had died. He got all the biggest stories. And yeah, he got caught doing some naughty things, but let's play this first.
Sent to him by student Alex Williams. He first contacted Huw Edwards on Instagram. He started sharing explicit adult content, then images of children. Asked if he wanted to see someone young, Edwards replied, "Go on." The court heard Huw Edwards would send the paedophile hundreds of pounds in cash and gifts as an apparent thank you. Edwards claims a neurological disorder means he has no memory of viewing the images, but the judge told him he'd perpetuated the abuse of children. Despite that, he said prison wouldn't address the causes of his offending.
So, Huw Edwards avoids jail, the judge giving him credit for pleading guilty, and he said he accepted his remorse was genuine. He said Huw Edwards does not pose a risk now to the public or children, and that given the crimes he's committed, he would be extremely vulnerable in prison. But he did order Huw Edwards to complete a sex offenders treatment program and told him your reputation is in tatters.
The NSPCC says offenders like Edwards are fueling record levels of online child abuse.
I think the sentence today is broadly what we would have expected, but this crime is unfortunately impacting far too many children. Last year, the UK police recorded 33,000 child sexual abuse image offences. So we can see this is impacting too many children and families across the UK. We can't allow this to continue to increase. We need to see urgent action, and we need to see everyone playing their part.
Huw Edwards' defence barrister said his client was profoundly sorry, saying he recognises the repugnant nature of such images and the hurt that is done to those who appear.
Oh no, Jordan Peterson was chatting with Piers Morgan about this? Oh no, what were their takes? Oh no.
In them. For his part in that, he apologises sincerely and makes it clear he has the utmost regret. He recognises he has betrayed the priceless trust and faith of so many people.
Tonight at 10,
Today, the BBC said Huw Edwards betrayed audiences. Millions turned to him in the nation's defining moments.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Behind the calm exterior, there was clinical depression, overuse of alcohol and prescribed drugs. According to a psychiatric report, Edwards described a sense of being inferior, with roots in a difficult relationship with his hypercritical father, compounded when he didn't get into Oxford University, making him feel like an outsider at the BBC. Sexual advances on social media boosted his ego. The BBC knew Huw Edwards had been arrested long before the public did, but kept paying him until he resigned, to the tune of £200,000, which the Director General told a Lords Committee they're trying to claw back.
The BBC's position is clear, the money should be returned, and we've made the request.
Today, the corporation would only say it hasn't set a deadline, but discussions are underway. Meanwhile, Huw Edwards left court. The man once so comfortable in front of a camera, now trying to ignore them, probably to disappear from view in disgrace for fueling the abuse of children.
Well, joining me now is Roger Bolton, a former BBC executive and presenter who launched and presents the Beeb Watch podcast. Clearly, Huw Edwards has behaved appallingly. Has the BBC done anything wrong?
Well, it hasn't behaved appallingly. I don't think it could be expected to know what went on in the mind of Huw Edwards. It's truly shocking, it's appalling, but it's difficult to look into people's souls. So I don't think there's any suggestion that Huw Edwards' family or anybody who worked with him or anybody like that, other than those he was corresponding with, knew about his interest in child sex. So I don't think you can blame him for that. What you can ask is, he started to have real periods of depression, in 2020?
Piers was trying to argue that the result of taking mental illness in such seriously that people get away with such stuff on those grounds. Basically, that his lenient decision was because he was having mental health issues. I mean, it's hard to make, a judgment on that without seeing the judge's full decision and why he took that, why he took that decision in the long run. But I mean, I did listen to a podcast where some lawyers were talking about why Huw Edwards got the punishment that he did, like the supposedly lenient punishment. And one of the lawyers on that podcast was like, actually, I think he got quite a harsh punishment based on what he actually did. But the court weren't trying to make an example out of him just because he's high profile. That's not what they were trying to do. They were just trying to treat him like any other guy who would have done exactly the same thing. Because, like, to be clear, he didn't make the indecent images of children. He was sent them by the other guy that they were talking about, this young man that he was getting them from. He basically, he sent Huw Edwards like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pornographic images on WhatsApp, which for a start, I don't really understand why you would do that. I don't know why that's how, like, that why you have to get your porn that way. I don't know why, but that's how he was getting it. He was getting some other guy to send it to him, which suggests that it wasn't like, you know, your run-of-the-mill kind of images. But, I mean, it seems like he was trying to keep it legal. But every once in a while, like, I think it was in total a small percentage of the hundreds of photos that he got from this guy, a small percentage of them were illegal, but the nature of the illegal ones was pretty bad, like class A CP imagery, basically. They were bad. And Huw Edwards reportedly replied to him saying, "Don't send me anything else illegal." But then he didn't stop talking to the guy. He should have stopped talking to the guy at that point, as soon as he sent illegal stuff, but he didn't. He allowed him to send more. And because he had those images saved in his WhatsApp and he didn't delete them, that means he essentially created the images because he's copied them onto his device from someone else. And he didn't delete them. And that's basically his crime. But also, before that, about a year ago, there is more to this story. About a year ago, The Sun exposed him for essentially grooming a 17-year-old boy. There was a 17-year-old boy he had a substance abuse problem, and Huw Edwards was basically sending him loads of money, obviously like grooming him so he could spend it on drugs. Huw Edwards basically was grooming him to get pictures out of him, and The Sun basically exposed him for that. But when they exposed him and put it on their front page, they didn't name Huw Edwards for a long while. So but they just said it was a male presenter at the BBC. So like loads of other male presenters at the BBC were having to be like, "It's not me, I fucking promise it's not me," for the longest while, until it eventually, like, Huw Edwards' wife had to eventually come out and say, "Yeah, it's Huw Edwards. Okay, you can stop speculating. It's Huw Edwards." And at that point, the BBC suspended him to investigate. But while he was suspended, apparently he got paid about £200,000, you know, for his salary from public money, essentially, from our TV license fees, which he got asked to pay back, but nobody knows if he did pay it back. But he got paid about £200,000 because his yearly salary, I think it was like £435,000 a year was his salary. So while he was suspended, he got about half of that. And we don't know if he ever paid it back. But yeah. It's a lot of money for just sort of reading out some headlines. But what do you even do as like a newsreader on the BBC? Like, do you even write it yourself? Do you even write it and fact check it yourself? Or do you literally are you literally paid that amount just to read a teleprompter? Because if so, that's the fucking easiest gig in the world. £435,000 a year just to like sit in front of the camera and go, "The Queen is dead. She died." Mad amount of money for doing that. Historically, they did journalism, but probably not. But yeah, when the story originally came out, it was The Sun saying that he was grooming this young boy, but he technically didn't break any laws because the boy was above the age of consent. He was above 16. He technically didn't break any laws. That's why The Sun didn't name him. And that's why the BBC only suspended him to investigate. But then after a year, all of this stuff came out where he'd basically got images from another person, which included CP, and some of it pretty bad, which is why. Basically, he's a groomer. And he's an idiot. He's a groomer into very young men. Very young men. I think he tried not to break the law, and he fucked up. He tried not to break the law in the process, and he fucked up.
20, there was evidence of alcohol abuse and whatever. Who was looking after him, and who was looking after the staff, because there was some staff in the BBC who felt that he was, how can I pursue, well, if not pursuing them, sending them unwelcome messages. So the offence, BBC couldn't have guessed that was what it was about. There are questions about how it monitors stars like Huw Edwards.
So that's a sort of a safeguarding issue, is it, for staff?
Well, I think there's an industry-wide problem, which is you've got lots of young people on short-term contracts, and they've got to have the confidence if somebody in power, and it's a power issue, starts to make unwelcome, pursues them in an unwelcome manner. They've got to feel that they can appeal to their management without them, paying a price as opposed to the presenter. So I think it's a question for the industry as a whole, where I think on the whole, stars are too powerful and the staff are not powerful enough.
Well, I mean, there's another BBC review into workplace culture.
Yeah,
now.
There's always a BBC.
There's always a review, and they're internal and.
Another review into BBC culture.
Like? I mean, do you need external monitoring of an organisation like the BBC and other broadcasters?
In the end, what you need is executive producers, commissioning editors and others to say very clearly to stars that they cannot behave in a certain way, and make sure that the people who work for them, and particularly the least powerful, and I would say particularly women, because it's usually women involved in these circumstances, are empowered to complain and to have their complaints taken seriously. But there is not any suggestion that the BBC is full to the brim of paedophiles or in any way condones the sort of thing that, Huw Edwards has been doing is entirely wrong. The other thing which, came out in your report, which is deeply disturbing, is this child sex problem is much wider than we thought. And I think we need to make sure we examine that and look at this, because Huw Edwards is not the only person in a prominent position who probably is interested in these sorts of things.
Indeed, and the nature of the images that they said some of them are made, in fact, by the victims.
Well, you see, you've got this confusion. I mean, for example, in Germany, you have the age of consent is 14, Italy is 14. Across the continent, there are different ages of consent. And of course, now with the internet and so on, anybody can almost access anything. That puts a real responsibility on employees to make sure that their most powerful employees are not abusing the system.
But I mean, but can you? I mean, if you say the BBC is not full of these kinds of people, but it's fighting reputational battles on a number of fronts with a number of different presenters from different parts of the BBC, some of which are in court, some aren't.
They are, but it's the biggest British broadcaster, and a lot of the problems relate to independent companies. This is industry-wide. You could quote, we won't, case.
Guys, he's not a paedophile. He's a phoebophile.
In ITV in the past of inappropriate behaviour. There's plenty around, but I think the crucial thing is, do young people can they have the courage, can they have the knowledge that if they complain, things will be dealt with? And I think, presenters, broadcasters have got to say no star is essential. You've got to be able to say to them, okay, if you want to behave like that, or if you want to, strut around, whatever, you don't work for us.
Roger Bolton, thank you very much.
Hi, there we go.
A question and a further point of discussion about Huw Edwards. First of all, the question. A few people now actually have asked, why was he in the Magistrates' Court and not the Crown Court, where there's a more severe penalty? The simple answer to that is the Chief Magistrate kept the case. You see, the cases like this go through an allocation process whereby the Magistrates' Court will decide whether...
This guy loves Farage. I swear I've seen some of these guys' videos before and I've been like... What? But I've forgotten why I was thinking that.
Not to accept jurisdiction, as we call it.
I forgot what. I think he had some questionable takes on something else I was once looking into a while ago, and I've since forgotten who this guy is.
I.e., does the case stay at the magistrate's court, or does it get sent, is the term, to the Crown Court?
Maybe it was when I was looking into Meghan Markle like years ago.
That can be for a number of reasons. It can be the complexity of the case. It can be the likely sentence. It can be, whether the magistrate's court can indeed try the case. Obviously, the magistrate's court wouldn't try a murder case. And so in this case, the magistrates kept this case about Huw Edwards. Maximum sentence could have been a maximum of 12 months. That is because there's a maximum at the moment, at least. There's been some to and fro in the past, but at the moment there's a maximum of 6 months per offence and a maximum of 12 months with more than one offence combined. And of course, in this case, it was a 6-month suspended sentence. So that's the somewhat vague, I suppose, answer to that question, is that the magistrate court kept this case and did not send it to the Crown Court. He could have elected Crown Court if he was standing trial, but obviously he pleaded to the offences. Now, the other comment for discussion, really, is that there is no real punitive element to this sentence. Now, as an interesting point of trivia, above the Old Bailey, there's an inscription which says, "Defend the children of the poor and punish the wrongdoer." So there is essentially supposed to be a punitive, a punishment element to these sentences, which is designed as the deterrent, as many people have obviously seen with people going to prison for what they post on Facebook to incite violence and so on. They've been sent to prison for those things as a deterrent to prevent other people from doing so. But let's look for a moment and analyse this. Now, once again, this was 12 months for one offence, 4 months for another, 2 months for another to run concurrently. However, taking the mitigation into account, reduced to 9 months, applying credit, reducing further 3 months to 6 months, and then suspended. So one might argue that a suspended sentence is a punitive sentence, but it isn't in the sense that he didn't actually go to prison. Now, you might have noticed as well this in the sentencing remarks regarding mitigation. It says, "I'm of the firm view that the combination of being forced to confront your wrongdoing in a very public way, you're seeking your professional help, and the supportive blanket which that and the input of probation will provide within the suspended prison sentence with requirements will rehabilitate you and thus strike a balance between public protection and rehabilitation." And then it says, "Whilst grateful for the report and understand the logic, I disagree with the author of the report. I don't consider that a structured program is necessary," etc. And then went on to suspend this sentence. Consequences of breach, and even discussing a harm prevention order, deciding ultimately that it's not necessary, and having regard to the Sentencing Council guidelines and ancillary orders, an order made alongside any primary sentence, says the details of the offence are likely to be a key factor together with the offender's previous convictions and the assessment of risk presented by the probation service in any pre-sentence report. Although the probation officer expresses the risk as being medium, I have regard to conclusions of both experts, and ultimately concludes and says, I mean,
I think, yeah, obviously, like, they're factoring in the fact that he seems remorseful, and that how remorseful someone seems very much factors into the biases of the judge. Hello, Raiders. That factors into the biases of the judge involved, of course, and that can mean that, you know, people of who look a certain way can, you know, get more lenient sentences than other people. I think, though, they're probably also factoring in the fact that he's got, like, major mental health issues. Like, when the Sun first exposed him about a year ago, his wife only came out and identified him as the person because he had what she described as a major mental health episode. which you can only take to mean that he probably did an attempt, and that was why he was in hospital. So I think they're probably trying to factor all of that in, and trying to factor in like how best he can be rehabilitated while taking all factors into account. So I don't want to try and be too judgmental, because obviously like he's done something really bad, but also, you know, I don't think it's to the point where I think he should be left to a, you know, to a situation where he's likely going to die. So yeah.
Satisfied on the balance of the evidence before me that an order is not required in order to minimise the risk of harm to the public or any particular members of the public is not proportionate in the circumstances. I think there's an edit been lost there. Given the protective impact of the sentence and his continued assistance by mental health services, although it could be policed effectively. That doesn't entirely make sense to me. I mean, essentially what it's saying there is because he's subject to this suspended sentence order and continued assistance by the services and the mental health services, that it's not necessary to make a serious a harm prevention order. And then says, I do not conclude that I'm satisfied that the defendant presents any such risks of harm to the public or that it would be in all the circumstances necessary to protect against that risk. This is clear on the evidence. When read as a whole and not selectively, I decline to make a harm prevention order. As I've said in the previous video, I don't think many people are going to agree with that. Not to say the judge is wrong, but I don't think many people will agree with it. And just to say as well, my learned friend Alan Robertshaw's done some thoughts on this as well. I will link that in the description below and I'll pin a comment. But the one thing that jumps out here is that there is no real punitive element to any of this sentence. Now, I know a lot of people, particularly I suspect criminal lawyers, will argue and say the suspended sentence order is a punitive element to the sentence, but it isn't really, in the sense that he's not actually going to prison. He'd be liable to go to prison if he doesn't comply with these requirements or he does anything else, which he shouldn't be doing in the first place. If he commits any other offences, then he'd be recalled to prison for this offence and the new offence, if there's any new sentence. But apart from that, there is no punitive element to any of this. Now, he's been asked to pay costs, a contribution towards prosecution costs of £3,000. I can fairly categorically say it will have cost more for this whole process than £3,000. And a statutory charge of £128 within 14 days. I make a collection order in default means the court can take enforcement action if you fail to pay, etc., etc. But let's be honest, £3,000 for someone with the money that I presume he has is not really a punitive aspect to all of this. That's just some costs. Everyone pays costs if they lose a case, civil or criminal. But apart from that, it does seem rather strange that there is no actual punitive element. Now, a lot of people might disagree with the sentencing guidelines and the process and the sentence and everything else. And so Al's got some more thoughts on that. I'll link his video, as I say, below. Go ahead and watch that. But as I say, a lot of people have commented that there doesn't appear to be any actual punitive punishment element to this sentence. So I can't explain that other than what I've read out from the sentencing comments. But what I can say as well, which relates to both really, is that these were already prepared, which sort of suggests that he'd already made his mind up, which does raise a question as to how much mitigation really plays a part, which we might discuss in future videos. So subscribe to both me and Al at Art of Law below, and we'll discuss that in future videos. Now, of course, if there were strong mitigation on the day and etc., this all might change. But it seems to me that this was all analysed very thoroughly.
I mean, yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Like what you're saying in the chat, it's like he's already faced a hell of a lot of consequences for his actions, essentially being publicly shamed, and obviously that's affected him really badly. So it's like he's lost his job. I'm not the judge of the case. I haven't heard all of the evidence. I'm not one to say how much of a risk he is at reoffending. Like, you know, all you can do in this situation is put your trust in the judge and their judgment. And if he doesn't think that he's at a risk of reoffending, then it's probably not worth putting him in jail, because that might make it, you know, less likely for him to, you know, get better, essentially.
And before the hearing, because obviously whilst this was dated yesterday, it is 16 pages long, so doubtless will have been at least in bulk prepared ahead of time, thus staying within the limits of the Magistrates' Court for sentence, and handed the sentence that they did. But as I say, I think a lot of people have different thoughts and comments about this one. I will leave the comments onto this video, and so let me know what you think. Please do subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
All right, let's do... While we're on a bit of a crime spree,
I think...
let's look at Lucy Letby. I have thoughts.
I think the conviction was unsafe. There are a number of poor data quality issues, including diagnostics and forensics, chemistry. But yes, the danger of the terms of reference of the Thirlwell inquiry is that it doesn't follow through on all the deaths and all the problems at the Countess of Chester Hospital. It only considers those in which Lucy Letby was considered to be responsible.
Now, a group, including some of the UK's leading neonatal experts and professors of statistics, is calling on the government to postpone or change the terms of a public inquiry.
Basically, Lucy Letby got convicted with... Oh, the numbers escape me. Lucy Letby. You feel out of your depth. Everybody's out of their depth with this case. Honestly, how many are there? 7 counts of murder. 8 counts of attempted murder is what she was convicted of neonatal babies. So she was a nurse on a neonatal ward, which is a ward where premature babies are there to be cared for and receive neonatal care. She was convicted of abusing the trust that she had as a nurse to murder babies. 2 of them she was convicted of injecting them with insulin. The rest of them, they came to the conclusion that she'd injected air either into their stomachs or into their bloodstream, and that's something that they call an air embolism. That is what she was convicted of. But now many people are coming out and saying that her trial was extremely biased on the side of the prosecution, and there actually isn't enough medical evidence to say that the babies who died were suspicious deaths. They could have been natural deaths. There was a spike of deaths on the ward while she was working there, but it wasn't a significant spike in terms of the natural ups and downs of deaths you would get as a neonatal ward. Sometimes you would get statistical anomalies, and they would, like, sometimes they would spike and go back down, and it could be for any reason, such as just like poor like units that are understaffed, or maybe there's a piece of equipment on the ward at that time which they don't know but is causing problems in babies. There could be any amount of factors that cause an uptick in deaths on a neonatal ward. so many factors. So that's essentially why people are expressing doubts in this, because there actually isn't any hard evidence that she ever killed any baby. No hard evidence, essentially. And that's what this statistician is trying to explain on the radio. But, oh, we got a raid. Hello, raiders. We're talking about dead babies. Yay! So this statistician has gone on this radio show and she's trying to explain why the data's unreliable in this case. But the thing is, like, this is happening everywhere in, like, the UK media whenever there's a show about this case and there's an expert comes on and tries to explain what the problems are with the case, such as a statistician or a medical expert. They'll try to explain, and like the hosts just never know what the fuck they're talking about. It's just like it's too complicated to explain to lay people. That's the most like frustrating thing about this. Anyway,
is that it doesn't follow through on all the deaths and all the problems at the Countess of Chester Hospital. It only considers those in which Lucy Letby was considered to be responsible.
Now, a group, including some of the UK's leading neonatal experts and professors of statistics, is calling on the government to postpone or change the terms of a public inquiry over concerns about the conviction of the neonatal nurse Lucy Letby. The public inquiry, it's led by Lady Justice Thirlwell. It was set up last September after Letby was found guilty of the murder of 7 babies and the...
So basically now, the Thirlwell inquiry, the scope for the Thirlwell inquiry is, let's look into the Countess of Chester Hospital. Let's look at the ward and see how a serial baby killer was able to go undetected for over a year. That is the scope of the Thirlwell inquiry. And now all these statistics and medical experts are coming out and saying, I don't think this conviction is safe, i.e. the scope of this Thirlwell inquiry could be looking into entirely the wrong thing. And keep in mind, the Thirlwell inquiry is using millions and millions of taxpayer money, and it could be looking into completely the wrong causes for these babies' deaths. And if it is wrong, then it's a complete waste of time, and it won't help anyone because more babies will just die. Babies will just keep on dying because we don't know the real reason that they're dying. We're looking into why serial killers are on neonatal wards, and we're going, oh, well, maybe we should put CCTV on incubators to stop baby murderers being on wards, when actually what we should really be looking into is incredibly underfunded NHS wards. Like the Countess of Chester ward that she worked on, it was built in something like 1974 and had barely been upgraded since. It was very crowded. Like when they build neonatal wards now, today, they don't keep the cots so close together because they know that infections can carry between babies quite easily. So they try and keep them quite far apart now. But when they built them back in fucking 1974, hello raiders, more raiders. But when they built them back in 1974, they didn't like realize this shit. So, like, all of the babies are really fucking close together on this ward. They could have all just been catching some bug, which we don't even know about. But that's not what they're looking into. They're looking into how did a serial killer manage to kill all these babies when we don't even know that that happened.
Attempted murder of 6 others at the Countess of Chester Hospital. The inquiry was adjourned until...
Could she have just been really shit at her job? Well, that was what they were thinking to begin with, because there were like 4 consultants on the ward who made the connection between Lucy Letby and the deaths of a lot of babies on the ward. And at the beginning, they were thinking, well, maybe she's just really shit at her job and she keeps on making mistakes. And they only got like suspicious of her later. They were thinking either she's really shit at her job or she's actually intentionally killing babies. And that's when they got like an outside committee to look into all of the deaths on the ward. And that's when the outside committee looked at all of the nurses on the ward, and they knew that they were suspicious of Letby's practice. And they came out with a report, this external committee, they came out with a report and said there is no problem with Letby's practice. She's absolutely fine. But they weren't happy with that. And the consultants had to let her carry on working on the ward because the committee had told them that there was no problem with her practice. But they carried on being suspicious of her to the point where they thought that she was actually intentionally killing babies. And then it was after that that they eventually decided to call the police instead. And they told the police to investigate all of the deaths on the ward. And then it got to a point where they were so suspicious of her that they literally they ripped apart her entire house. Like there's pictures of like investigators rifling through the gutters in her house and like digging up her garden and like looking into drains and stuff. They didn't find anything. They didn't find anything on her.
After Letby's retrial on a charge on which the original jury had been unable to reach a verdict. That trial finished in July. It resulted in her being found guilty of the attempt.
They just wanted any evidence they could find whatsoever. Anything that they could link her to like being a baby murderer. They were like, it was like they got desperate to link her to the deaths and to make her a murderer.
Murder of another baby. Let's find out from one of those experts what the issue is as we drill into this. Joining me now is Professor Jane Hutton, who's a statistician at Warwick University and specialises in survival analysis. Good evening to you, Jane.
Good evening.
Tell me why you're concerned about the data, the statistics used in the conviction of Lucy Letby.
Well, I'm concerned that the conviction might not be safe because of what we know so far about the data presented by the CPS. Of course, the police have probably collected a lot more data, but I can only discuss what we've seen being presented.
Okay, so
and that raises a series of statistical questions.
So tell me about your issues with that data.
Well, the most obvious one is...
Problem is, like, there's so many issues, but they're so hard to articulate in an interview like this. Like, she has the hardest, like, any statistician trying to explain this has the hardest fucking time trying to explain this in a short interview.
The chart that the barrister presented many times to the jury. It's misleading at a number of levels. Firstly, it doesn't, it has multiple lines.
Okay, we need a picture of the chart. So this is the chart that was shown to the jury. So basically, these are all suspicious events. Notice that some of these are the same baby. There's 5 events. Is that 5? 4 events for child I, say 2 events for child H. These are all what they deemed suspicious events for each baby. So the investigation used a pediatrician medical expert to decide what event was supposedly suspicious and what isn't. So a non-suspicious event would be something completely caused by natural causes, not by a person. A pediatrician came in for the investigation called Dr. Huw Edwards, and he decided which ones of these events were suspicious, i.e. had had to be caused by a person and not by natural causes. So that's all of these events. And some of these are the same child. Look. So basically the jury were told, because all of these events were suspicious, then the only person who was on shift for all of them was Letby. Now, for a start, one of these is incorrect. She was like, this chart is incorrect for a start. She wasn't actually, one of these exes shouldn't be here. She actually wasn't on shift for one of them. But also, it's highly contested that these events listed here are suspicious to begin with. And also, the events that aren't listed on this shift rota, some of them you could say are suspicious. So it comes down to whether you, as a paediatrician medical expert, think an event is suspicious or not. That's what she's trying to explain on this radio show. Anyway.
Some babies, without marking that up, so you're double counting. You don't see twins and triplets being marked. The Royal College of
Yeah, some of these babies are related, which obviously increases the chances of them, because they're genetically similar, it increases the chances of them both being at risk of something like an infection on the ward. Statistically, that makes them more likely to be on this chart.
Pediatrics had criticised the whole unit, particularly lack of medical rounds, but we have no information on when the medical rounds were done. And there's also no information about rates. And most importantly, I don't think we have a clear definition of an unexplained event. We know that there are another 15 families, in addition to the 13 families involved, where it was considered that that there was an untoward event. We need to know about those events as well, because if you're saying that half your events were murder, you still have to explain the other half and how you managed to distinguish them.
Have some rhubarb wheat beer.
To be absolutely clear, you're not saying that Lucy Letby was convicted wrongly, but that some of the data that was used to convict her may focus too much on her and not on the departmental failings within that neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital.
So I would say two things. One, I think the conviction was unsafe. There are numbers poor data quality.
If they found her suspicious, then there's already a bias in what baby deaths they'd selected as suspicious, right? Absolutely. That's what she's trying to explain.
Failings within that neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital.
So I would say two things. One, I think the conviction was unsafe. There are numbers poor data quality issues, including diagnostics and forensics, chemistry. But yes, the danger of the terms of reference of the Thirlwell inquiry is that it doesn't follow through on all the deaths and all the problems at the Countess of Chester Hospital. It only considers those in which Lucy Letby.
After she left the hospital, the deaths went down, but also they changed the age at which they allowed babies onto the ward. So they stopped taking babies that were so premature at the same time as they removed Letby from the ward. So they can't say that it was removing her that reduced the deaths, or whether it was because the ward just couldn't deal with babies that was so premature.
He was considered to be responsible.
So the issue...
The broader evidence is being ignored? Really? You think that I haven't looked into the broader evidence in this case?
Here is that there could have been departmental failings,
yes,
as well as...
Come at me, bro. Come at me. Tell me what you think that I don't know about this case.
The failings of and the criminality of Lucy Letby. Let's be clear about that. But that this inquiry will not focus on the wider department, just on Lucy Letby. And so the danger is that although Lucy Letby is in prison for her crimes, this could happen again either at this hospital or at other hospitals if lessons are not learned.
That's right. I mean, it was very clear from the Royal College Child Health and Paediatric Support that there were very serious failings, particularly relating to the medical doctors and indeed to the lack of advanced nurse practitioners.
And there was some information about the accuracy of door swipe data as well, relied on by the prosecution to show that Letby had been alone when the babies collapsed, and that was incorrect. Police had wrongly thought that the swipe data showed nurses leaving the neonatal unit and going...
Oh, it's absolutely not based off of this radio call. It's based off a lot of information.
...into the labour ward when in fact they were returning to the neonatal unit. Is that one of the examples of sort of some of the anomalies, some of the inaccuracies that we're talking about here?
That's one example. I mean, another question I would have is, when parents enter, do they swipe in and out? And is it possible for two nurses or a nurse and a doctor to enter at the same time? You know, does it? I don't think it'll be a turnstile where only one person can enter at a time. And there's also a question, of course, of whether there's a internal route that doesn't involve swiping cards.
What else was going on in that department? Just leaning into the Royal College's report. What else do we know?
We know that, if I remember correctly, that the doctors were criticised, the junior doctors were criticised for being unwilling to seek help when they needed. The senior doctors were criticised for being unwilling to come. As I recollect, the comment was that there were ward rounds 2 or 3 times a week when there should have been 2 ward rounds a day. There's also, I think, evidence that a number of, sometimes when tubes were being inserted by medical staff, they got them wrong. So there do seem to have been a problem. There's also, of course, been the problem of sewage and infection, which would be a very substantial problem. We know that the doctors wrote to management saying they didn't have enough resources, they didn't have enough nursing care. So there are quite a number of other problems that were highlighted. And I think the, depending on how you look at it, the spike in deaths, there certainly was an increase in deaths which needed to be investigated. There's no doubt on that. But I'm very far from sure that the court case has actually explained the deaths by saying that they were the result of murders. There are other deaths that are unexplained.
That should also be looked at in the context of this, rather than, look, you know, she's a convicted criminal, but as well as looking at what Lucy Letby did, wider context needs to be taken about the performance and the behaviours within that neonatal unit. Look,
forgive me for correcting you.
Go on.
But to the best of my knowledge, there is no evidence of anything that Lucy Letby did. There are assertions of what she must have done, but she was never observed to do anything. Is that correct? She wasn't observed to inject oxygen. She wasn't observed.
She was never observed in the killing of those babies. You're absolutely right. It is based on data, some of which you question. The door swipe data. For example, was she on her own or not?
It's not just the door swipe data. I mean, for example, you know, one of the things I've worked with is how you diagnose disease, and there are very well established methods for checking the validity of a diagnostic method. Now, I don't know whether looking at a rash is a reliable diagnostic method, but you ought to be presenting evidence of true positives, true negatives, if you're going to use a rash as a diagnostic tool for air embolisms. And also, as a statistician, if somebody gives me something with a warning in red letters saying, do not use this data for this purpose, I would have to have quite a good reason for ignoring that warning.
Can I ask you just very briefly, Professor Jane Hutton, 4 judges have refused Lucy Letby leave to appeal the first verdicts. An application to appeal the later verdict, the more recent one, is understood to be pending. Based on what you've seen so far, should Lucy Letby be allowed to appeal?
I certainly do not.
She already has.
From what I know so far, I think the conviction is unsafe and she should be allowed to appeal.
Look, thank you for speaking.
So, how old is this? 3 weeks? Yeah, she already has appealed. She took it to the Court of Appeal. She took it to the Court of Appeal with her original lawyer, and that got rejected by the Court of Appeal. basically, because for the Court of Appeal to accept your appeal, you basically have to show them evidence that you did not have access to during your original trial. And because her lawyer couldn't say that he had access to evidence that he didn't have access to during the original trial, like he could have presented it at the original trial, that's basically the grounds on them rejecting her appeal. So now her only hope is the CCRC. So she has to put in an application with the CCRC. So now she's got a new lawyer who is helping her do that. And then, so what the CCRC can do is hopefully take it back to the Court of Appeal and then do another appeal. But yeah, if this happened in like a certain state in the US, like she certainly would have been sentenced to death for this. And like she would have sat there on death row before she could even probably have properly been able to appeal it. And they probably would have given her some sort of punishment that they could never reverse. Which is one reason why I'm so glad that we don't have capital punishment. And I think capital punishment is wrong under any circumstances. It is wrong. There is absolutely no reason to have capital punishment anywhere, apart from like, I think people do it for fucking optics. So people feel like people are being punished. Like, it's like for vibes. People feel like people are being punished for bad crimes. But it doesn't tangibly help in any way. It doesn't serve as a deterrent. Like, states in America that have capital punishment, they don't have reduced crime rates for, like, murder. And the amount of innocent people that end up being executed is wild. Like one guy, what's he called? Marcellus Williams. I think, was it last week? Got executed, and it was pretty clear that he was actually innocent. Fucking wild. And there's like so many. We are like slowly realizing that so many forms of evidence that we show to juries in court trials are just based on like junk science. Like there's blood splatter analysis. If you ever watched The Staircase on Netflix, a huge part of that court case was this thing called blood splatter analysis. That's recently massively come under fire as like complete pseudoscience. Bite mark analysis. Somebody got sent to jail on the basis of some marks on somebody's skin matching the guy's teeth when absolutely no other evidence connected him to the crime. Bite mark analysis is coming out as junk science now. Like there's some other ones as well. Like even DNA is like not 100% accurate. Like all DNA can tell you is it's more likely someone was here. But that's so difficult to like relay to a jury of lay people, to give them like a load of really complicated numbers and be like, well, the science said this and it means that statistically it might mean this or statistically it might mean that. And then there's so many logical fallacies involved in giving people statistics that lay people, jurors, are not going to understand them. at all. And this Lucy Letby case was like full of instances like that, full of them. Have you heard of Phantom of Heilbronn? No. But I think like what we need to really get rid of in trials, in criminal trials, is all of the junk science. I think we went through a sort of revolution of like introducing all of these like scientific methods into criminal trials, and these experts come in and they talk to the juries like, and they're all, you know, authoritative on this subject, and they're really convincing. But now we're realizing that like fucking half of it is wrong. But in addition to that, what we also need to realize in criminal trials is that human bias really just like seeps into every single aspect of it, including with the experts. No matter how many fucking letters they have after their name, it doesn't fucking matter. They are biased as shit. If anything, the more letters they have after their name, the more fucking biased they're going to be, because they want to look intelligent. They want to sound intelligent. They want to seem like they've solved the case for everyone. Yeah, the medical expert in the Lucy Letby case, his career now is basically that. He hasn't worked as a neonatologist for decades. His career now is being an expert witness neonatologist. That's all he does now. And when he found out that this Lucy Letby case was happening, they didn't even find him. He found them, and he volunteered his services to the Lucy Letby prosecution case and said, hey, I could help you with this. Like, if that doesn't from the start say that this guy's going to be biased as hell. And during the trial, Lucy Letby's defense didn't even call a medical expert defense witness. He had one ready to call up. Her lawyer did, but her lawyer never called him. And nobody knows why. Nobody knows why he wasn't called to the stand. And he's like a really good lawyer, because like in the UK, if it's a high profile case, basically the state will have a really high profile lawyer. In the UK, they're called like, it'll be their name and then it'll be like KC, which stands for King's Counsel. It used to be QC, Queen's Counsel, but now they're called KC, King's Counsel. In colloquially in lawyer world, it's called getting your silks, or getting silk, got silk, something like that. Anyway, it means they're a really good lawyer, basically, and you only get it when you have like 40-50 years experience as a lawyer. And then when you get to KC's status as a lawyer in the UK, you get like the highest profile cases. So obviously the state had a KC, but they do try and make it equal. And the state, through legal aid, so legal aid is like your right to legal representation, funded by the taxpayer, as a defendant in a case against the state. So Lucy Letby had legal aid, and she also gets a KC lawyer. So it was a really good lawyer versus a really good lawyer. They were both KC, King's Counsels. So she did have a really good lawyer, but nobody knows why he didn't call his own medical expert witness. He's never said why he didn't do that. It's a mystery, but people have been speculating as to why. The general consensus is that basically experts, like as a expert in a field, basically you have to, you have to have your name tied to whatever you do. And if you have your name as an expert tied to defending possible baby serial killer, then, it's not going to look so great on your CV. So it's basically thought that her defense lawyer found it really, really difficult to find defense experts who were willing to come forward. Although he did have one, but he didn't call them. But supposedly, the prosecution expert, he was apparently very sort of argumentative, charismatic, and very, I guess, convincing on the stand. And maybe her defense lawyer thought, my medical expert isn't so charismatic and all argumentative, and if I call him up, that might serve my defense case worse than if I just didn't call him at all. But these problems are problems with the justice system overall. The fact that you have to consider like how charismatic someone is as to whether you're going to call them up to the stand or not. I mean, like, that's a problem in itself. Anyway. And yeah, AI is not the answer. AI is not the answer. Because AI will be trained on biased human data. And all human data is very biased. The only way we'd ever find AI to be useful is if it somehow magically could be completely unbiased. But how is that ever possible when all of the data it has to train itself on is by nature going to be biased? I do think we can use AI as like tools for things, but to ask AI to make judgments on things like this, I don't see how it could ever work. AI executioner, though. Anything more cheery? Hey, we're having a serious conversation. I have a Fusi, Aidan Ross, and Sneeko debating flat Earth. Do we want to kill some brain cells now? Do we want to kill them now? I might have to pee just before. All right, piss song, and then let's change the subject. I know, you don't like serious conversations, do you? You don't like getting serious for too long.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
Okay, so the spider has completely disappeared from that spot now. And that's the worst scenario of them all. Now I don't know where it is. Fuck's sake. Honestly though, I feel mean hoovering them up. I feel mean. I don't want to kill them. I just want them to go away. Time to burn the house down. Time to burn it all down.
I got it.
All right, this is long, but apparently most interesting stuff happens in the first 7 minutes. So
Leon, you come up with some topics. Chat. Let's do these topics. I know water. Yeah, go. We gotta chat. What is the first topic? Water. We're debating. Sorry. No, we're gonna go like. I need the first topic for him.
3 minutes a topic. Let him decide. Let him decide. Go fuck the chat, bro.
Leon's got it, and then you guys are gonna go to the sides.
3 minutes a topic.
You guys get to talk really quick as teams, and then you guys come back as a unit, and you guys.
Do I pick who's what side?
For this first one, I think I already know.
Right.
So
What's the first one?
Leon will tell you. I'm not part of the game.
First topic. Is the Earth flat?
Okay, do you believe it is? I don't think it is.
Okay, now we break.
I used to.
Okay,
now we break. You guys can't talk. Now you guys go.
Come on. I'm gonna get some.
We talk on.
you see the one brain cell just pinging around the room, don't you? Bing, boing, 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 bing.
I'm gonna guess what he's
right here. It's right here.
Do you think it's flat?
Just turn.
No,
Discuss what you.
What do we discuss? No.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna have to agree with him. What's your argument?
It's not flat. Are you fucking dumb? You're Christian, aren't you? Yes. Do you know the first page of Genesis? No. Have you read the Bible?
Wait, what? There's too many conversations happening at once. What's going on?
Some of it. The first page talks about the firmament. What is that?
Just trust me. I have points. Let's go. Hey, that's enough time. They're cheating. They're googling.
Not Googling. So look, yeah, the flat. Yeah.
They're googling.
They're Googling whether the Earth is flat.
All right. Go.
Okay,
3 minutes. Put 3 minutes on the clock. Hey, Tom, put 3 minutes on the clock. Who starts, Leon? No, let them start.
Okay, of course the Earth is flat. Have you ever seen it round?
Yes, I have.
Where?
In pictures of satellite images.
Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? Already
Can
cooked?
I
You
speak?
cannot believe.
I've never been to space. Can I speak, please? I can cook right now. I don't know if it does. Shit, you're lucky. Does the Quran say the Earth is flat or round?
It says it's spread thin like a carpet.
Can I say something?
So if you follow Muslim and Christian belief, we gotta.
No, my brother is the most religious person I've ever met, and he believes the Earth is round. So it doesn't say that. It's,
okay, that's not even an argument. You're just saying that your brother said that.
Meaning, I don't concede to the fact that it's flat because the Quran says that line. It didn't cook him.
Okay.
I'm allowed to speak. I'm gonna do the right way.
Okay, let me respond to his question. The first line of questioning was, have you ever seen it round? He answered no. He has not seen it.
I've never been to the moon.
Okay, but you with your own eyes.
I've seen pictures.
Okay. With your own eyes.
It could be edited.
With your own eyes.
Have you seen God?
Of course not.
How do you know he's real? Bam!
Because
it doesn't matter if I didn't see it. You know it's real. That's a cook. You know that's a cook.
There's evidence that God is everything must be created by God, right? What is the evidence that the Earth is round?
If I may speak, please. So science is science. Do you believe in science?
No. No.
That question to begin with. Do you believe in science, bro?
Science during COVID, and they lied about that. They told everyone to get vaccinated.
I understand, but that's different. That's a test, right? When you and I spoke about that COVID being a test. I want to ask you a question. Do you believe in science?
No. No.
Why?
Science is the art of questioning. You're supposed to question science. You can't just believe
but what's proven. Not a theory. I do believe in science.
That's why it's never been proven.
Can I just ask you a question?
Okay.
Why is it that the time there's like there's parts in the year where we set a clock back an hour, we set a clock forward. Do you know why?
What does that have to do? Okay.
Because when the Earth is at a certain rotation, when the Earth rotates, you know, because that's what it does. It's a sphere. It's not a flat. It doesn't spin like this. It rotates like this. Mm-hmm. So that's why we set hours back, and we go an hour clock back. We go an hour forward because the sun It takes forever to come up, it takes forever to go down. No, he's saying why. Tell me what am I saying that's wrong?
Nigga, the sun go around the earth, nigga?
Yep, what? That's a good point.
Wait,
Okay, explain. Give me that smart look. The sun go around the earth.
Wait, what did you say?
We're doing geocentrism now.
What did you say? Go around.
Go around.
Yo!
Go around. If it's flat, what does it do? Go to the left and go to the right?
No, it doesn't. It goes around.
You just lost your whole argument. We won. Call it.
I can still go around a flat surface.
Hold on. Answer the clock. Go in the chat.
You're going around in circles, then the sun would be out at all times. It would never set. It sets because it goes to the other side of the earth. Yo, we won.
Would it work if I put subtitles on? Because I can barely hear a thing. What are the subtitles are just going to be guessing, right?
Answer the clock. Go in the chat.
You're going around in circles, then the sun would be out at all times. It would never set. It sets because it goes to the other side of the earth. Yo, we won. Call it. Shit, bro.
So can you answer the question about the clocks? Going back to...
I want to go back to the first question.
Answer my... I just said something.
Okay.
Answer me.
I want to respond to Fuzi from the beginning.
Answer me.
If you want to have a debate, yelling is not going to... Whoever yells will
Okay. I'm sorry.
But so you said you had... I will.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me answer Fuzi and then I'll get to you.
Go.
Okay. You said yourself you have not seen it, right? You've seen pictures of it. The pictures are made by NASA. Do you know what NASA means in Hebrew?
Oh!
NASA means Hebrew. It means deception in Hebrew. Lie. They talk about SpaceX, that means it's crossed out. There's no evidence of it. All we see is fisheye pictures from outer space trying to separate us from God.
I love how people like him. They think clues have been left for them to find in the world. Like the world is literally Cluedo. Like they think the world is an escape room. They think the world is like a little crossword for them to figure out. So when they find like the answers, they can feel all like superior, like, oh, I figured something out. Not like the word NASA happens to mean something else in a different language. It was me who found that out. It was me. Can I have some points for being a clever boy?
To make a statement that it's all infinite and that it's limitless and it goes on forever.
You need to answer my question.
That's the timer. Final point.
My question needs to be answered.
Okay,
about the clocks being an hour ahead and an hour before. You need to answer why in certain parts of the years, which means when the Earth is... when certain part in the year, there's a couple times throughout the year where you set a clock back, you set a clock forward. It's because the sun takes for longer to come up, and it's not longer. It's just the fact that the Earth is rotating. Do you understand? If it was flat, it would be turning. It's rotating. It's a sphere.
Are you talking about time zones?
I'm asking you a question. Why do we push an hour up?
And do that for farms.
He is also dog whistling anti-Semitism. He is.
We do that for different parts of the world. That has nothing to do with the...
Why in the summer does it...
That is all flat Earth is, really, is dog whistling anti-Semitism.
It takes later for it to get... later for it to get darker. In the summertime, why does it take later for it to get darker?
Because the sun, it doesn't go across, doesn't rotate around the same all the time.
So how come throughout the year that changes?
Because it's going at different parts of the Earth.
Yeah. What you said.
What? It's a sphere. It's rotating. If it was flat, it would just be turning, correct? Mm-hmm. So that makes no sense.
So it's here. Sometimes the sun's over there. Sometimes it's over here.
So the sun's rotating.
The sun goes around the Earth, yes.
No, I'm asking you a question, though. Why is it that when the clocks go back an hour and they go forward an hour?
That's because daylight savings. That has nothing to do with the sun.
So daylight savings...
We manually do that. Daylight savings does not exist, and that's only been around for
So why... Okay, if we just kept the same time period throughout the entire year, it would get dark earlier and it would get lighter later. Explain why.
Sometimes the sun is hitting different parts of the Earth.
You said what?
It's flat. That's why Antarctica.
Hey, you're not even moderator.
Yo.
Stupidity.
If it's flat, okay? You're saying it's flat. What's beneath the Earth then?
Beneath the Earth there's nothing.
Okay, but where does the sun and the moon go? Where do they go when they go hiding that we don't see them?
It goes back and forth. It hits different parts of the Earth at different times.
This way, left and right. It goes like in a line back and a line forward.
It goes like this. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, so you made your own flight plan as to how it goes and everything. There is zero scientific evidence behind any argument that you're making right now. It is 100% an opinion. 100%.
Okay,
especially saying it goes like this.
If you're going to bring up flight patterns, most pilots agree that the Earth is flat. They've never seen it round. There's no pictures.
I gotta call it.
He called it. He's the moderator. He called it.
Fuzi kicked your ass on that one.
On what?
There's no pilot that's ever said the Earth is flat. One, that's not really a thing.
That's some not, bro.
That's some nonsense that you heard on the internet. Stop.
That's
it.
if you ask any
There's no celestial body that bounces back and forth. That's not a thing.
Fruited body, you don't agree with me.
No, the point of it is
Let's pick a winner.
supposed to be logical. Nothing you said was logical.
You guys gotta keep going.
Wait, next topic?
Next topic.
All right, yeah. So let the chat.
All right, we're at the end of Flat Earth now. We've solved that. We've solved that, guys. We've solved it. What's the next one?
Decide who wins. Who won, chat?
Chat,
1 for Foos and Aiden, and 2 for them two. No, just I would say do a poll.
Oh, I didn't think they had any substantial arguments at all.
Do a
I think
poll.
Leon's biased because he thinks they're at this round.
No.
Do a poll. 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 Let's just do a poll real
You
quick.
can't be biased, Leon.
Fuck.
Really?
I don't think I can take any more of that. Ian Hislop on capital punishment. I just got sent this in the Discord.
For 50 years, Private Eye has pretty much in most issues exposed a miscarriage of justice, and a lot of them have been murders. Over the years, large numbers of...
Okay, so yeah, one of the main publications that's oh, we got a raid. Hi, raiders. One of the main publications that's writing about the doubts about Lucy Letby's conviction is Private Eye, and they have a doctor who writes for them. He writes a whole section of Private Eye, which is Ian Hislop's magazine, would you call it, newspaper. They have a doctor called Phil Hammond who writes a whole piece in it, and he basically thinks that the entire trial was a sham, and he's writing a whole piece, and it's like multiple parts in multiple episodes of Private Eye.
These cases have been found to be entirely wrong, and the men convicted, almost all of the men, there's a couple of women, have been found innocent. So we would have killed those people, and in some of those very high-profile cases, which involve terrorism cases, we would have made very dangerous...
That's what I was fucking saying. So, like, so many cases it's come out where, like, literally the trial has been so flawed. But, like, literally everybody who's saying, oh, no, the conviction's fine, they're all like, oh, well, like... you clearly have no trust in the justice system. You have no trust in the courts in the UK. And it's like, well, no, I don't, because look at what the fuck's happened in the past. So many fucking times. We've got things wrong so many times.
Those very high-profile cases, which involve terrorism cases, we would have made very dangerous new martyrs by executing people who turned out not to have committed the murders involved. So on a purely practical basis, whatever you think it says about the civilised nature of your society or not, I think it would be incredibly dangerous to have capital punishment back.
Pretty Patel.
Pretty Patel.
Are you influenced at all by that argument?
Well, it's just 10 years ago.
Miscarriages of justice.
No disrespect him, but I'm not. On the basis that I think, you know, this is really about our criminal justice system, actually. And I think if any, you know, for any conviction, for example, you need ultimate burden of proof. You really do, and that means that...
But that's his point, that they find these mistakes all the time.
Well, I mean, that's...
Are you saying they were guilty, all these people?
No, I'm not saying they were guilty. Obviously, I'm not.
So
not
they
with
would
those
be
cases.
dead?
No, the point...
They would?
Well, the point is, as I said earlier on, this is about having deterrence. You know, if you have strong deterrence of that nature...
It's not a deterrent,
as well,
killing the wrong people.
Well, no, capital punishment would act as a deterrent.
Your voice was lost.
The point that I'm making is that to have capital punishment, that would act as a deterrent, and that is the first point here.
No, it wouldn't, though. We fucking know that it wouldn't.
This is actually about our criminal justice system doing what it says on the tin. So you have to, you know, before anybody is sentenced, they've got to have full proof. They really have.
I didn't know she was that cooked. Is she actually defending it?
You know, in the case of Troy Davis in America as well, you know, that was a case that went to court. They were convinced they had full burden of proof there. They really were. Now, that's a matter for them. But in any case in this country, if capital punishment was on the statute books, for example, you'd need to have complete and utter burden of proof.
But just in these cases.
Justin.
I'm interested to know whether there's any evidence that it is, in fact, a deterrent.
It is not.
That would be my one point. Other than that, I completely agree with Harriet and with Ian. I'm sort of with Desmond Tutu on this, who says if you take a life when a life has been taken, That's revenge, not justice.
We've got a lot of
The co-founder of Mumsnet was on Question Time. Fucking Mumsnet. God. All right, what else do we have? Yeah, Mumsnet is basically a transphobic it's basically a place for middle-aged women to go now if they want to be transphobic. Shall we do some US news? I haven't probably looked at this yet. So Trump launches new business venture during campaign. $100,000 watches.
Former President Trump is speaking in Michigan right now. The business mogul rolling out some new merch this week, but the price tag is raising eyebrows. A collection of new watches going for as much as $100,000. Those are the watches on your screen. Joining us now with more on this is Baker Machado, host of the Baker Show podcast. Baker, great to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too, Hannah. It's Trump time.
It is Trump time yet again. So you and I have talked about the growing list of branded merch for sale. He had those $500 gold sneakers a few months ago. We should mention for our viewers, this is separate from his campaign. But have we ever seen anything like this from a presidential candidate? Oh, and the Bibles. How could I forget the Bibles?
Oh, Hannah, and we just had gold
Is he
coins
selling
that were
Bibles?
released this week as well. You've mentioned the $500 sneakers. Let's talk about the watches, because they are pretty crazy. $100,000. There's only 147 of them available. Each come in 3 different colors and 122 diamonds in them. Now, each one of them is numbered, so that way you know.
Thing is, like people who buy stupidly expensive watches like this, it's because they think that they will hold value, and they do. They like the Rolexes. They do hold value, don't they? Like they don't go down; they go up. But it's basically because big companies like Rolex, they won't ever if they make too many of a watch than they can sell when they make them in the factory, they won't reduce the price to sell off the inventory. What they will do is they will just destroy all of the extra stock to keep the exclusiveness of the brand. That's the only reason that it goes up in price. It's because fucking stupid people buy shit like this. And ooh, it's rare, therefore it's worth a lot. It's a fucking watch. It tells time. What? Why do you need to spend that much money on a fucking watch? And also because it's made out of gold as well, and they think that US currency is going to be worth nothing within a few years if Kamala Harris gets in. So they're basically oh, well, you have to invest in Bitcoin and gold because the US dollar is going to be worth nothing within a few years if Harris gets in. So basically what I'm saying is the currency of the future is clearly going to be Trump watches, and you're all stupid for not buying them.
Exactly which one you're getting of the 147. Trump says he owns the very first one of them. Now, there are some less expensive ones if you don't want to shell out $100,000 for it. There's a silver gold tone one and a red silver tone one for $499.
I fucking love the rose gold. How fucking basic is that?
There's another gold one for $799. And the big part here, Hannah, the former president says that he will include a letter personally signed by him to every person that buys one of these watches. But as you mentioned at the top, none of this money that he gets from this goes towards the campaign. They explicitly mention that throughout the entire website as well. And by the way, as we mentioned, a ton of other things. You see the Bibles, the silver coins. Don't forget also there was a cologne that he also launched that was $100 that came out just within the last few months that was about
Where are the NFTs? Where's his NFTs?
$100.
Forgetting about his NFTs. Or are they the digital trading cards? Is that what they are?
But I remember the sneakers selling out. I know the Bibles did really well as well. So we'll see, how the watches do. Let's bring up Mark Cuban. He's supporting Harris. He's pulling no punches on the former president. Here's what he said on CNBC.
All we've seen Donald Trump do is hire his relatives.
right? RNC, here comes the daughter-in-law. You know, who's going to speak for him? His two sons. Want to come up with a new Hey, we got a new silver coin. Here come the sons. Hey, we got blockchain. We've got DeFi. Here comes another son. You haven't seen them work with, I mean, again, the family business is now the Republican Party.
And he's making the rounds, Cuban. What are your thoughts here?
Look, Mark Cuban has been a pretty good surrogate so far for Kamala Harris. I do want to note, it's not just Trump that is also doing a lot of these big things that he's selling out on. Kamala Harris's team has a famous camo hat that says Walls and Harris, which was basically an ode to a famous Chapel Roan hat that was sold out. That hat was sold for $40 and was sold out for months. And the Harris campaign is coming out saying that that hat is now coming back out as well. But back to Mark Cuban. Look, he has been she needs as many surrogates as she possibly can on Wall Street to sort of sell her economic profile and her image. And Mark Cuban, really one of the best ones that she could get out there for him for that. And Mark Cuban, by the way, has also said in the past that he's maybe thought about running for politics down the road as well. So who knows how much of this is Mark Cuban, who just sold a huge stake in the Dallas Mavericks, the majority stake. Maybe does he plan to want to work in the Harris team down the road if she gets elected to the White House? Does he be part of her economic team? Does he want to run for president down the road? And he's sort of testing this right now for that down the road as well. So definitely really interesting what Mark Cuban's up to.
That's actually a really good point. He may be laying the foundation.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about another topic I know you are very familiar with. OpenAI, the company used to be nonprofit. Now that's changing. There's been an exodus of top leadership. What's going on here?
Hannah, this is a big deal. We're talking big people leaving this week. The chief technology officer, Mira Murati, this week says she's leaving the company after being there for about 6.5 years. 2 senior research executives also said this week they're leaving. Now, Sam Altman...
This is not about Trump anymore. But yes, lots of people at OpenAI are leaving. Mysteriously.
Hello, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. By popular demand, I'm doing a new series of Trump digital trading cards.
Oh, there are more.
As you all know what they are. We've had a lot of fun.
I didn't know
with
he
them.
did more.
It's called the America First Collection. 50 all-new stunning digital trading cards. It's really something.
He's
These
still
cards
at it.
show me
He's like desperately doing CPR to this project. Like, please, please make this work. Also, what the hell is up with this picture? What's going on with what's happened to his face in this picture? What?
dancing and even me holding some bitcoins. Here's the best part. I'm doing great things for my Trump digital card collectors. First, there's the real physical Trump cards. Purchase 15 or more of my Trump digital trading cards and we'll mail you a beautiful physical trading card. It's really, I think, quite something. Each physical trading card has an authentic piece of my suit that I wore for the presidential debate.
Oh, God.
And people are calling it the knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it. So we'll cut up the knockout suit and you're going to get a piece of it, and we'll be randomly autographing 5 of them, a true collector's item. This is something to give your family, your kids, your grandchildren. Number 2 is to purchase 75 of my Trump digital trading cards, and you will also be invited to join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful country club in Jupiter, Florida. We really have tremendous dinners with my collectors. Have a lot of fun together. We're going to have a good time. I'm keeping my Trump digital trading cards at the same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning. So go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. You just need an email address and a credit card or crypto. You know, they call me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true or not, but a lot of people are saying that. So don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect your piece of American history.
Guys, hurry up. They're
Let's
selling
have fun
out
together
so
and enjoy
fast.
my Trump cards. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll be talking about it for a long time. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Let the fight begin.
Fight, 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 fight! This is something from the Discord. Hawk Twerk Girl podcast, now 4th most popular podcast in America. No. I mean, is it good? Is it actually good, though? Talk tour? Is it good, though? 100.
Do you know that
102,000 subscribers. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and the Joe Rogan Experience. That is a depressing top 4, isn't it? Wow. We are cooked. We are cooked as a society.
Do you know that Jimmy Carter is set?
So what we got? Whitney Cummings. Her granny. Pookie? Who's Pookie? Is Pookie a famous person?
Do you know that Jimmy Carter is set to appear on the Talk Tour with Haley Welch?
Can someone please tell me who Jimmy Carter is?
But get a load of this.
Okay, she's gonna bump on that thing. Oh, that's gonna be a new thing.
What if Matt Rife came in and asked you to date him?
That's my man. That's gonna tap into the daddy issues. Oh Jesus. So what was your messiest breakup like?
It's so messy.
I don't know who Pookie is. Who's Pookie? Who's Caitlin Bristow? Who are any of these people? Y'all should invite Diddy on for the next episode. Wow. $1.6 million views on that one.
Come on, Haley, it's not that bad. All right, it's time to get out of the bed and quit writing. Haley, get up.
All right, I'm ready to talk. So I wanted to start my podcast out here in Belfast, Tennessee, where I was born at and where I've been ever since until a few weeks ago when everything changed. No, really, I even learned that you can't bring a box cutter on a plane. So we'll be talking about all the crazy stuff that's happened since I got into this mess and the stuff that me and Chelsea like
already a 9/11 joke thrown in
to do before all this happened. And I want you guys to get to know me better than Hawk Tuh. No, it's tuh. Like you really got to put your emphasis. Yeah, you're not saying tua, you're saying tuh. You know, like you got to really put your back into it. Tuh, you know? My first guest is going to be somebody that's very dear to me, Miss Whitney Cummings.
Still milking it.
Make sure you hit follow on Talk To Her wherever you get your podcast. We're releasing episodes every Tuesday. And for those of you watching on YouTube, be sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribe to that thing.
So she's a fan of Matt Rife. Cool.
Keep all this in. This is the key to you is don't overthink anything. Don't plan or plot anything. The key to your success.
I don't know much about Whitney Cummings. I think she has her own podcast. I think the only thing I know about Whitney Cummings is that does she do stand up and she has her own podcast and people get annoyed at her on her own podcast. That's the only thing I remember about her. Like, people tell her she talks too much on her own podcast. That's the only thing I remember about her. All right, let's move on to the Bridgerton Fire Festival scam.
I do just want to start off this video by saying sorry if you're just getting over...
Oh my god, I've not seen Marky in ages.
what was the Willy Wonka experience, because it seems like we got another one. Except this time, it's not based on Willy Wonka, it's based on Bridgerton. Bridgerton, of course, being the Netflix show, and since this Netflix show has...
It's based on Bridgerton. I'm sorry, I'm going to be doing his accent the whole time.
...came out, there has been a lot of Bridgerton balls. These events that have happened where it's kind of like Bridgerton themed. It's all very regal, you know, everyone gets dressed up to have a good time. And in fact, I actually saw this video from a year ago of a previous Bridgerton ball, so you can kind of see what the expectations are. Okay, so as you can see, I mean, this event looks pretty decent, right? It's decorated quite nicely. It seems pretty packed. There's a bar. I mean, that will be a key thing later on in the video. It all looks pretty good, right? It looks like a good time. You can see they also had performers, like a bunch of different acts. I'm not going to show you the full video because there's a lot of it, but I feel like this is a good example to show what the expectations were with this new event. This new event that has specifically been put on by Uncle and Me LLC. Now, this Instagram account, as you can see, they do like a few different events. It's got this like Motor City Summer, whatever it was. It's like a festival. And then they started advertising this Bridgerton event. Now, I'm not going to play the audio because it's copyrighted, it's just music, but this was one of the videos they showed to advertise it. They never show like what the event specifically is going to look like. They just say Detroit Bridgerton theme ball, September 22nd. But they're showing the venue here, right? It's 3 floors, a pretty big venue. Like once it's got the decorations in, you could definitely make this look really, really nice. Okay, so you can see why people would be excited. I mean, even just looking at the caption here, it seems like it's going to be a pretty good event. Like dress in your finest period attire and waltz the night away amid stunning decor inspired by the hit series. Enjoy a night of dancing, live entertainment, exquisite refreshments, and enchanting surprises. Don't miss your chance to be part of the ton for an unforgettable...
The enchanting surprise is going to be a stripper.
evening of glamour and romance. Now, of course, you probably guess at this point, like by the fact I'm even making a video about this, it didn't end up being a very good event in the slightest. We'll get into all of that. But even just looking at the website here, it doesn't exactly look great, right? It doesn't fill you with hope. There's not very much going on. It's just kind of this picture and then a slight description. But people still bought tickets. And in fact, the ticket prices were ridiculously expensive. As we can see in this article by the Daily Mail, it says tickets for the ball cost a minimum of $150, but some fans spent up to $1,000 on the Duke and Duchess option, which was supposed to come with dinner, orchestra music, a professional dance card, professional photos, and a valet. And in fact, looking at the website, they also had a competition where suitors in attendance will have the chance to win $2,000 cash for the best dressed. So you get the point how they're bigging up this event, what the expectations are. Now let's actually get into the event itself and what actually happened. So this first video we're watching is from Nita. This is someone who actually went to the event and she made a video talking about her experience where she first of all spoke about how it got rescheduled just 3 days before the event.
First of all, if y'all don't know, the event was rescheduled 3 days before it was originally supposed to happen.
And actually, on that note, I saw this tweet from Rachel Eaton talking about the whole event, and she said that she spent $300 on it, as you can see right here, and then later goes on to say that the event was originally planned for August. It was cancelled and rescheduled for September 22nd, and I ended up getting sick and couldn't go. They did not provide refunds, nor did they respond to anyone's email asking for one. At that point, I knew I got scammed. And I've seen quite a few people talking about this, that if they couldn't go to the new rescheduled event, they didn't get refunds for their original tickets. But back to Nita's video, she talks about when she actually arrived at the event, they weren't even checking people's tickets to get in.
They're not even checking tickets at the door, like we don't stay in Detroit.
And we're going to see this pop up a couple of times throughout this video. A lot of people are saying they just didn't check tickets, which, first of all, is annoying if you spend money on a ticket knowing that someone can just get in for free. But also, it's a big safety concern as well. Like, you're just letting anyone in. They're not checking anyone's bags or anything like that. They're not even checking the tickets. That's very worrying. Nita then goes on to say that the event looked absolutely nothing like Bridgerton, there wasn't any chairs for anyone to sit on, all the backdrops were incredibly cheap, and then goes on to show some pictures. So here's the first picture where she's showing that people were just sat on the floor on the phones because they were bored because there was nothing to do. Here's another picture Nita took of people, again, bored on the phones. And for the third time, again, people just bored on the phones doing nothing. She then goes on to show one of these backdrops.
Looks like your average wedding, to be fair.
She says that this was actually the best set in the whole event. And even this looks incredibly cheap. It's just like this little sparkly curtain on this pole. She takes a picture. Apparently she was kind of rushed out of there. You know, you take your picture, you leave very quickly. Here's another backdrop she showed. I mean, this is awful, isn't it, right? You've got the flowers at the top, but then you've just got a big picture of flowers. Like, could you not have just done this the whole way through? You know, like actual flowers. They could be fake flowers, who cares? But not pictures, surely. And then this is probably the worst backdrop of them all. I mean, look at this. How cheap is that? First of all, this whole place just looks incredibly...
Just lie down on the grass outside. That would be a better picture than this.
boring. But I guess it's just a bit in the picture that really matters, right? We only care about pictures. We don't care about the experience itself. But even the picture looks awful. It's just this really cheap backdrop of grass. You could have just got like actual artificial grass to put on the walls so it looks a little bit better. No. It's also at this point that we're first introduced to the orchestra, which is just this poor woman playing a violin by herself. Like, I feel sorry for the people who did the entertainment in this because it's probably not their fault. They probably have no affiliation with the company itself. They were probably just paid to be there, and this is what people got. They expected an orchestra. They paid extra money to see an orchestra, and it's just this poor woman playing the violin by herself. On the other floors, this music was just this massive speaker, and as we'll hear later on in this video, it just turned into like club music instead of like actually Bridgerton themed. Here's another one of the sets. I mean, 2 chairs that look somewhat decent, but then the backdrop's just a white wall. It really is the Willy Wonka experience all over again, but this time by a different company. Like, these companies just put on these events, they use a massive show that's incredibly popular, like Bridgerton or Willy Wonka, and they just use the popularity of that to put on their events to try and make some money very, very quickly, clearly. Nia then goes on to show the people serving the food who aren't, like, dressed in a Bridgerton style. Obviously, this woman's just wearing, like, a jersey, but she does say in a video, like, the reason for this is because this is just a worker from a different part of the venue who's been like, fuck, I need to go to help out here because we don't have someone to do this. So she just rushed over to actually help people out. Obviously not dressed the part, but that's because this wasn't her job. She just rushed over to do it. Nia then goes on to show the dinners, specifically the fact that these plates just didn't get cleared up, that we'll hear a lot more about later. But yeah, the food was just left.
There's like plastic plates as well, isn't it? Like plastic cutlery and plastic plates.
Specifically, the fact that these plates just didn't get cleared up, that we'll hear a lot more about later. But yeah, the food was just left out and people just started stacking the plates to try and make some room. And then we get to arguably the worst part about this event, is the fact that they started playing Soulja Boy and it just turned into like a club and the Bridgerton theme was just shot out the window.
When I was getting ready to go, they were literally in the ballroom cranking the Soulja Boy. I'm watching the girl on the stage like, hey, hey, hey. Are we at the club?
Crank that Soulja Boy.
Or are we at a ball?
And then Nita ends the video by saying that it was just a complete scam.
I cannot stress enough that this was a scam. Don't go to another one of their events. Especially
thing is though, like with a scam like this, it's kind of like you as a person who bought a ticket, you have the burden of proof to like say that it was a scam. And sometimes what you have to do is join a class action with other people, so you have to have like a whole set of people who are all annoyed enough to join a class action lawsuit, which is a lot of effort. And like in these kinds of situations, the scammers are probably hoping that no one's bothered enough to say that the event was crap enough for them to get a refund. That's probably what they're hoping, and this time they probably went too far. But like a lot of events companies, they probably try and milk as much out of this shit as they possibly can usually. But like, obviously some events companies go to the point where they're like, yeah, we're just going to sort of like try and scam people as much as possible, but to the point where they're probably not going to try and sue us. But this time, obviously, like they went too far. I think that's probably the case.
If they're calling it.
But I do think that the people who went to this event, I do think they're trying to set up a class action against the organisers.
A Bridgerton ball.
And yeah, from everything that we've seen, she's not wrong. This looks like a complete scam. Some people paid $1,000 to go to this event. It looks like a play you would see in a primary school. In fact, when we had plays at my primary school, I think the sets actually look better than this. Now, going back to Rachel's tweet that we spoke about earlier, obviously in the advertisement, they were talking about how there'll be like dancers there. The dancers, or the dancer that was actually there, was a pole dancer, as you can see by this video, and obviously that's not exactly Bridgerton themed, is it? And I mean, it's not even a set or anything. It looks like just an empty hall with a pole, and this poor woman's just having to like perform because she's
could have at least put some little flowers in a bikini.
Told to do this, been paid to do this. And actually on the Daily Mail article, we actually heard from this performer, and she said, "This is truly a horror story, and I'm just completely awestruck seeing everything that happened. Normally it's not like that. Normally when you go to a show, especially for a circus performer, it's an amazing experience. You get wowed, thrilled even. It's a little dangerous, and I'm sad that they didn't get to experience that." It then goes on to say that Tink has been a professional circus performer and coach at Polefit for 5 years. And she also said Uncle and Me LLC hired her just 3 hours before the event and asked her to pole dance. So this is why I'm saying I feel sorry for these performers, because they're just being told to do this. They're being paid to do this. They're only getting told to do this 3 hours before the event in this case. When I give them the menu, they did pick pole dancing between hair suspension, lyra hoop, and aerial sling. The pole dance is what they went with. A lot of people thought it would have been better if I did hair suspension, she continued. I do know that's a higher price for budget, and I think because it was so last minute, if they had more time, we probably could have had hair suspension there. I mean, the event definitely had more time to organise this. They literally postponed the original one and put it back a few months, so they clearly had more than enough time to organise this, but of course, it is not this woman's fault for being told 3 hours before. She should have been told months before, so she could tell the event, like, this is what I need to be able to do the act, like, you need to set this up, and then it would have went a lot better. Even the silks, that would have been so pretty. Having the fabrics flying around, I think that would have matched the vibe. Tink went on to know that Uncle and Me LLC also selected and approved her skimpy outfit, as I call it this, a red bra and matching panty. I just feel very bad for all the patrons who showed up to the event, just because my goal as a performer is to bring happiness and cheers to everyone. So it kind of just bummed me out knowing everyone was so unhappy with the outcome. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel sorry for Tink because she did what she was paid to do. It's the event's fault for doing this. It's ridiculous, quite frankly. I also decided to look on Reddit to
She is the Oompa Loompa of this situation, isn't she?
see if anyone else had any more experiences, and a lot of people have spoken
She's the sad Oompa Loompa of the situation.
out about their experiences. My family and I just left the Detroit Bridgerton ball. It was absolutely horrendous. There was nowhere to sit. Although the venue was nice, the decor was sparse and extremely tacky. It wasn't even Bridgerton themed. We spent $400 on tickets for a complete bullshit experience. I read that the event company made hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue for this event. I mean, yeah, I don't know like if it'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they definitely made a lot. I mean, some people apparently paid $1,000. I don't know how many people went. It seems like from the videos that there's probably less than 100 people there. So I don't know how much money they made because obviously some people paid like $100, $150, $300. So I don't know. But either way, they made a lot of money on an event that they put no effort into. We went
sad
to the Bridgerton
pole dancing Oompa Loompa is a wild mental image.
ball in Chicago.
They should have made a pole dance in the in one of the massive dresses with the corsets. That would have taken some real skill.
2 years ago, and it was absolutely beautiful. We were so disappointed. The last two slides are among the lines of what we were expecting, which the pictures I will get to in a second. This event honestly was so damaging to the Bridgerton brand. I'm so shocked that this was even allowed. Several people were complaining upset with this event. Anyone else go to the ball tonight? Now this user goes on to show more pictures. Again, just looks extremely cheap. This really cheap backdrop. Again, this backdrop we spoke about earlier. I can't get over this. This looks so bad. Again, the flower backdrop. It just looks extremely cheap. This set that looks extremely cheap. This was the massive hall that has nothing in it. There's no decoration in it at all. Like, it's just an empty hall, exactly as they showed in the original video when they hadn't done any work to it yet. And then as they mentioned,
this is the thing with like organizing events though. If you want to get as many people into the event as possible, you need to hire out as large a space as possible, so that'll increase your revenue. But also, the larger space that you hire out, the more stuff you have to fill it with. And I feel like that's what happened with the Willy Wonka one as well. Like they hired out this massive space because they wanted to be able to, you know, parade as many people through it as possible. And then they realized that they just didn't have enough stuff to like fill that massive space with.
Empty hall, exactly as they showed in the original video when they hadn't done any work to it yet. And then as they mentioned on the post, they showed some pictures of what they expected. There was this picture, what they expected. I think this might be the same one we showed like on the video, at the beginning of the video. I mean, it looks very similar at least. And then also this picture kind of showing what they expected from the event. Now on the same Reddit post,
AI generated?
Very similar at least. And then also this picture kind of showing what they expected from the event. Now on the same Reddit post, people were replying with similar experiences, like this one here saying we showed up at 6:50ish. No one asked for our ticket, so we just walked in. All attendees looked absolutely decked out, but there was zero direction. We essentially followed the crowd to the third floor, and then we saw local freaking vendors selling goods like we were at a local festival. Look, I love Japanese Kit Kats just like the next person, but that's just not Bridgerton Ball. I saw a guy walk by with a sparkling beverage and say no alcohol. After seeing people sit on the floor in disappointment, my wife and I left. Luckily, we met some other disappointed patrons in the elevator and went to the candy bar where we all had a much better time. And again, we have more people.
They couldn't even get pissed, guys. They couldn't even get
replying saying, my girlfriend and I were there. I'm not even sure what happened tonight. No security, no one checking tickets, which is insulting because we spent $150 each. Dinner was announced 10 minutes before it was served. Again, no direction. People were wandering, and when we got to the front, someone told us we had to go find a clean plate on one of the tables. I mean, this event is a complete disaster, isn't it? I don't drink, but apparently alcohol was promised and there was none. The food was blah, which sucks because the vendor operates in Ferndale, and Ferndale usually does good with food. Highlight of the event was after that we got got to the 3rd floor to do one last scan looking for anything redeeming, and there's a DJ. Having people do the cha-cha slide and walk it out like it's a birthday party. Apparently there was a stripper too, didn't see that, but I did see the pole. Wild. Nothing about this was authentic feeling, it was inauthentic, and I'm still laughing about it from home. How sad. Anyone could have put on a better ball with 2 hours notice and a dash pass. Very disappointed with events, spread this like wildfire, they stole our money. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, anyone who went to this event was
Cha-cha slide is fucking awesome though.
extremely disappointed. I also found this TikTok from Truly Unique, who showed the food, and bear in mind, this food that we're seeing right here, which doesn't look very appealing in the slightest, was part of like a VIP package. Specifically, it was the upgraded royal package. Apparently, this is a royal meal. Also, going back to the Daily Mail article, it says, at the same time, nobody was hired to pick up the plate, leaving it up to the ticket-paying guests themselves to pile up strangers' plates. And even though the organisers had advertised a ball and a sit-down dinner for VIPs to enjoy, what we really got was, it's going to sound funny, Kool-Aid from a bottle, no bar. We had to reuse cups, not enough plates. The backdrops were just paper, it was nothing special. And you remember at the beginning of the video where we mentioned that there was a competition where the best dress would win $2,000? In this article by Hollywood Reporter, it says, besides a lackluster event itself, they promised a cash prize to the best dressed. Didn't happen, and that they choose a diamond of the season like they do in the show / other Bridgerton inspired balls. Didn't happen. Which not only makes it seem even more of a scam, it's also a big shame because people clearly put a lot of effort into how they dress for this event. I mean, I saw this video by Berry Berry, and look how much effort she's put into this outfit, right? And as you can see by the caption, it says, the outfit that I wasted at a Scammington event in Detroit. I was ready to be diamond of the season. I left early. And she even goes on to show the wig and says, P.S. I made this wig, DM me if you're interested.
That's a cool
Clearly
wig.
Put a lot of effort into this outfit, and they didn't even do the competition apparently. Now we do actually have a response from the organisers after this kind of all blew up and people were extremely disappointed. They don't really say much. I mean, we'll read it here. We understand that not everyone had the experience that they hoped for at our most recent event Sunday night at the Harmony Club, and for that, we sincerely apologise. Our intention was to provide a magical evening, but we recognise that organisational challenges affected the enjoyment of some guests. I mean, yeah, you could definitely say that, but to put it down to organisational challenges, I mean, you postponed it, you had extra time to run the event and make it the best you possibly could, and you failed. I mean, it doesn't even look like you put effort into it. I mean, even if some stuff didn't go to plan, how hard is it for an event company to get, like, decorations for a place? That is kind of, like, the main part of running an event, right? Making a place look good. We take full responsibility and accountability for these shortcomings. Please know that we are working diligently to address all concerns to ensure that all guests have the enjoyable experience they deserve. Your feedback is invaluable, and we truly appreciate both the positive and constructive comments shared with us. I haven't really seen many positive, but apparently they've heard them. We are reviewing resolution options, which will be communicated shortly. I mean, surely the resolution option is to offer refunds. Seems pretty obvious to me. Now, listening to people who actually went to the event, no one seems to be offered a refund yet. I saw some people saying that they're just getting, like, credit towards a different event that they put on. Like, oh, we'll take some money off the next event that we run, which sounds ridiculous. Why would anyone want to go to the next event? But hopefully, especially with all the backlash, they do the right thing and refund people. But who bloody knows? They probably did make a lot of money off this event and they don't want to refund people. It seems like it was a cash grab, so I doubt a refund is exactly on their priority list. But we'll see what happens as this goes on. This is obviously very new. All the articles and all the posts kind of came out in the past, like, day or so. But either way, I would love to know your opinions in the comment section down below on everything that we spoke about. It really does seem like a Willy Wonka v2. But yeah, like I said, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. If you did enjoy the video, please do leave a like on it, subscribe if you are new, and
oh, thanks, Marky. Yeah, they're not getting that money back. They're gonna have to join a class action lawsuit. Probably. Take the discount. It can't be that bad again, surely. Right. I'm gonna do one more thing. I think. What? I don't know what. I have options. I have options. The Titan sub inquiry. A video essay called
Hello, I am.
You're Not Gonna Die If You're Single. I have that. I have D'Angelo Wallace reviewing Katy Perry. Or I have... Alright, that one's a bit too long. What we thinking? We need a poll. I might do Katy Perry.
If I had to sum up today's entire video in a single word, it would be scathing. Unfortunately, Katy Perry's album finally happened to us. We all knew it was coming, we all knew it was going to be bad, and as it turns out, it was. So while this is by no means a surprising story...
Should we just play the Katy Perry album in full and see how many copyright strikes I get on my channel?
I still think it's quite interesting because this is hands down the most critically panned album I have ever seen in my life. I didn't think it was possible for music reviewers, critics, publications to almost unanimously hate one thing this much, but Katy Perry has truly brought us together in a way that is inspiring, or at least I've been quite inspired to listen to literally anything other than her album. But nevertheless, I figured we'd listen to it together while also looking at some of these horrifying reviews.
I feel like Katy Perry's just trying to be like, hello, I still exist. Hi, I'm still here. And like, just, I don't know, nobody's paying attention to her.
And we can decide whether or not Katy Perry's album is actually that bad. Or you can decide. I've already heard it. It's not good. But first, welcome. My name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of quantum computer cleaning, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's lecture, we're actually drawing upon material from a previous lecture. If you were here a few weeks back, you may have already seen me cover Katy Perry's disastrous album rollout. And I had basically surmised at that point that this album could either be the nail in the coffin or like a barely passing saving grace. But if this 33 minutes of pain and pop format is anything to go by, I think we'd better start digging. I wouldn't say Katy Perry's career is quite over, but I would not be surprised if she did not drop another album for a very long time. So despite Katy Perry and many of the choices she made for this album being highly questionable, I still gave it a fair shake. I listened to it on good speakers. I just devoted my full 33 minutes to it. I read all the lyrics for each song as they played, and not even that was really enough to save it. No. So the album is called 143 for some reason. The album title references the expression "I love you." So it's like the number of letters in each word. Wikipedia also says this is supposed to be a dance party album, while also highlighting how Katy
Oh yeah, she worked with Dr. Luke. Wow.
Perry was widely criticized for working with an alleged rapist to produce the album just because he gave her hits a few years ago. She went running back to him because her previous 2 albums without him flopped. So that's a super messed up move to try to get back some of your prior success.
And then getting back with the rapist songwriter didn't even work.
And Wikipedia also says it received negative reviews from music critics who described the songwriting and production as outdated and creatively stagnant. But that's spoilers. So let's see what music was worth throwing away her entire reputation for. Starting off with Woman's World, unfortunately. Sorry, even just the first 3 seconds is enough to give me flashbacks to that music video. So obviously I can't play the songs for you in their entirety, otherwise this video will get copyright claimed into oblivion, but...
We can watch the video on mute though, can't we? Woman's World. Katy Perry. It's a woman's world, like... It's gonna be TOS, isn't it?
Nevertheless, I'm gonna take a bit of a risk here and play some, because I just want to highlight some questions I have. Question number 1. How did she sing any of this with a straight face? Sexy, confident, soft, so strong. Question number 2. There's a part in the song where she says she's not going away. But what if I ask nicely? What if I ask
Please
nicely?
leave,
Will you go
Katy
then?
Perry.
What this song suffers from is it sounds like satire that should switch into critiquing itself during the chorus, right? Like when you're being so blatantly cliche. She's a winner, a champion, a sister, a mother. She's superhuman, you know, she's number one. One would think, oh, maybe this will turn into some sort of commentary about how women are expected to be all of these things. Maybe this is an exploration of the expectations that we place on people. But instead, she just takes it completely seriously during the chorus, which is not even good. Indeed. So I think my grade for Woman's World is gonna have to be a D, honestly. I truly believe this is one of the worst songs released this
generous.
year. Definitely the worst song Katy Perry has ever released in her career. And I have no idea why you would want this as your album opener or the song you come back with, but we're off to a rough start. All right, so the next song is called Gimme Gimme featuring 21 Savage. I wish someone would give me a good song, but let's see what we've got. Well, I'm not sure that things are getting much better. Does it make me a prude to say I just don't want to hear someone in a song sitting around saying gimme gimme babies?
I just don't think I don't think I'm a very good person to like review pop music in general though. I just like don't listen to it, and it literally all of it sounds the same to me. Like that even sounds like that could be a Taylor Swift song to me. It just all sounds very, very generic and similar to me.
Does that make me the problem? Because if so, I will gladly be the problem. Also, I think Katy's bad lyric writing is rubbing off on 21 Savage here, because I'm like Amazon because I got what you need is crazy. Like, come on, Mr. 21. Sir Savage, is this really the best we can do? But anyway, let's see how Kitty wanna come party tonight, which is probably the worst sentence I've ever said out loud on the internet. Wait, I just realized this is the actual chorus. I literally thought that was just supposed to be like a verse. I just listened to this album and I'm already forgetting how the songs work.
Oh god, she's got Kim Petras on the album.
Nah,
what are you doing, Kim Petras?
On God, blocked this song from my memory. Because if I had remembered, she said, "You can be crawling on me like a centipede." I cannot believe someone really held a gas pump to her head and was like, "Quick, Katy, name the sexiest animal you can think of." And she was like, a centipede? I'm gonna give you a trigger warning, because I am about to show you a real centipede, because I need you to understand what flashed in my head when she said that. This, Katy, is the imagery you want flashing through our heads? Like, nah, fam, I would rather die. Some creatures should not exist. Why are centipedes real? Why is Katy Perry making me question why centipedes are real? Also, bro, her singing does not sound good on this song to me personally. I don't think this song is as bad as Woman's World, but that's not a very high bar.
I just like can't believe that some lyrics that make it into like top songs, like really, really famous songs, are just so bad. I think like Pitbull is the epitome of just like awful, awful lyrics. Like, how are his songs so popular? I'm gonna have to look some up.
Are they clear? And you know, the production I don't hate, but it doesn't sound good now. Does that make sense? Like, honestly, I think it sounds cute. But it sounds like something you would put on like a first generation iPod. You know what I mean? Katy, they have released 16 iPhones since the last time this music sounded good. Why did you just drop this? Anyway, 21 Savage's verse is fine, I guess. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, all I know is this feeling is deep. If you give me your heart, it's for keeps.
The song is fine. It's fine. But is just fine what you want to offer on track 2? So we've got Feminism Pastiche, the musical, Ringtone Music 2024 edition. And now we've got Gorgeous featuring Kim.
Oh, Kim Petras, what are you doing? Pitbull. Me not working hard? Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square. Take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive. I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right. Tonight, I want all of you. What's going on? Take advantage of tonight, yeah. Because tomorrow, I'm off to Dubai to perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. Yeah. It's insane the way the name growing. Hey, hey, money keep flowing. Hustlers move in silence. Hey, 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 hey. So I'm tiptoeing to keep flowing. Hey, 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 hey. I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Is that a lyric about Lindsay Lohan being in jail? Jesus Christ. Put it on my life, baby. Heh. I'll make you feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, Dale. Who's Dale? Woo! Excuse me, excuse me. And I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Good. 'Cause we might not get tomorrow. Woo! Tonight I want all of you. Tonight give me everything. Tonight, for all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Don't care what they say or what games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. Grab somebody sexy. Tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. What I'm involved with is deeper than a Mason's baby. What does that mean? I'm going to fall on top of your girl? Ha 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 ha. What? Getting money like Ryan Seacrest. Mooncat, you're a legend. We love you, never change. Oh, thank you. 10,000 bits. What is that for me? Is that for me reading out Pitbull lyrics? Put it on my life, baby. I'll make you feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, Dale. Woo! Why? International love. Went from Mr. 305. Yeah, what were the lyrics to Who Let the Dogs Out? Baha Men. For $1 zillion. The question is, who let the dogs out? Who? Well, the party was nice. The party was pumping. Hey, yippee-yi-yo. And everybody was having a ball. Ha ha, yippee-yi-yo. Until the fellas started name-calling. Yippee-yi-yo. And the girls respond to the call. I heard a woman shout out, who let the dogs out? Last year in the dance you had a ball. Called me mealybug and skettle? Get back, Gruffy. Get back, Scruffy. Get back, you flea-infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself, hey man, no get angry. Hey, yippee-yi-yo. 20 girls calling them hey canine. Hey, yippee-yi-yo. But they tell me, hey man, I'm part of the party. Yippee-yi-yo. You put a woman in front of her man, behind. I heard a woman shout out. Say a doggy is nutting if you don't have nothing. Like the dog isn't nutting. I'm guessing they mean nothing. A doggy is nutting if you don't have a bone.
Petrus. I
read DMX lyrics.
suppose. Is it just me, or does it kind of sound like the previous song, though?
They all sound the same.
Interesting. I almost like the beat, but there's this incredibly annoying, like, chirp.
I need to look up some Lil Jon lyrics as well.
Being squeaking sound going on in the background. Can you hear it? Like, whose idea was that? Whoever it was, out of the 10 different people who worked on this song, can them. That was a terrible choice. It was bad, and you should feel bad. Also, the lyrics are still very Katy Perry. That is to say, so outdated. If you want the digits to my cellular. Forget iPhone. She's out here talking about cellular devices, Katy. I get it, though. I get it. Like, you know, you've got to fit the syllables and the thing with the... But you had 10 people. Anyway, Kim Petras shows up and does the thing that Kim Petras always does whenever she shows up. Like, it's fine, I guess. Take a shot no, do not take a shot every time I say fine. I think my main issue with Gorgeous by Katy Perry is she's trying really hard to sell this, like, cool factor to it. It's a very, like, popping off, stunting kind of song, but forgive me for saying I just don't buy it. Like, do they, Katy? Do all of your girlies pop off on the regular? Going to Starbucks doesn't count. I feel like we may have different definitions of popping off. Anyways, I give the song a C. Also, I think I forgot to rate this one. Gimme Gimme. I'm gonna give that a D. You should never have mentioned Centipedes. Next up, we've got I'm His, He's Mine featuring Doechii.
I'm his queen, I'm his freak, I'm every woman he wants and needs.
Why is she so desperately...
Why do they keep on recycling like old samples like that and just making them more shit? Just putting a really boring vocal on top of them.
Trying to convince me that she and Orlando Bloom still get it on. I'm trying to think of how to say this diplomatically. Girl, I don't care. Be his freak, you know? Live that dream. But why does this album sound so desperate?
I can see you flirting.
Okay. Shall we look at I'm interested to see Fantano.
Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's time for a review of the new Katy Perry album, 143. Yep, here we have the newest full-length LP from pop singer, songwriter, hitmaker, Miss Katy Perry, whose new record here is proving to be one of the biggest pop conundrums of the year, because if you have been following music trends at all throughout 2024, you know that pop music is truly back on top, from the mainstream where Billie Eilish and Chappell Roan, as well as Sabrina Carpenter, have been sopping up a lot of the limelight, and we've even seen this upward trend on the more alternative side of things too, with very well-received and beloved records from the likes of Magdalena Bay, Clairo, Remy Wolf, and of course Charlie XCX, whose new Brat record has really proven to be the summer pop zeitgeist. At the moment, there is just an intense demand for pop bops, and much of that demand is actually being met with substantive records that actually bring some really...
I'm just gonna grab some water. I'm parched. I still don't know where that fucking spider is.
Good songs and aesthetics to the table. Not every significant pop release this year has been a major success though. And I think this intense hunger has put listeners in one of two camps. One where maybe they're being more forgiving toward albums that aren't quite meeting expectations, or being incredibly vicious in the face of these album releases. I'm reminded of recent albums from Camila Cabello or Dua Lipa or even Taylor Swift, whose creativity or lack thereof on the Tortured Poets department, and astronomical commercial success could not be more mismatched right now. Either way, it's a very interesting time to be following all of this because the pop audience is really at a peak where they are so enthusiastic and yet also so cutthroat. So enter Katy Perry, who has been out of the limelight for a minute. And the amount of time she spent in the shadows feels even longer than the 4 years it's been since her last full-length LP, Smile, because that very short, very disappointing album proved to have little to no lasting power. I mean, I reviewed the thing, and yet I can't remember a single note from it, which kind of makes her 2017 album Witness feel like her last actual release. As Katy Perry's career moves forward, though, that record is kind of proving to be the beginning of the end for her, as it too also had very little commercial staying power and was artistically very much a step down from the incredible commercial run that Katy was on from the late 2000s to the mid-2010s. A time period where it felt like she just couldn't really be stopped. A time when her success actually dwarfed that of Taylor Swift's, which is kind of crazy to think now. But if Katy Perry was going to mount some kind of comeback, 2024 would be the year to do it. Like I said, pop music is just really in demand at the moment, and at this point, who wouldn't want more bangers on the level of California Girls, or Dark Horse, or Roar, or Teenage Dream? I mean, the sounds and aesthetics of those tracks might not exactly be the pop meta at this very moment, but I don't think we'd have those songs
I also have a slug problem.
in the first place if Katy didn't have the capacity to put her finger to the wind and see what direction things were moving in. And you also hope that Katy is surrounding herself with people who can do that too. But apparently we're forgoing that entirely on 143, a record that is just as short, uninspired, and disappointing as Smile, but on top of that, it feels like on this album, Katy and her team just have lost the pop plot or just voluntarily buried their heads in the sand when writing and recording this project. I mean, the promo cycle for this record alone is just like the textbook definition of putting your worst foot forward, as many fans had an understandably negative reaction to the announcement that she would be working with Dr. Luke on this album. Then there was all the promotional art, which many fans pointed out is kind of derivative of artists like Arca. Then from there, we had the first single from this album, Woman's World, which is this pumping electro and dance pop number over which Katy Perry offers nothing but generic, overly processed lead vocals and white feminist pandering about how women are so soft and so strong and she's a flower, she's a thorn. I mean, it's a new song, but it somehow brings back nightmares of the music that they played at the 2016 DNC. This is my fight song. Na, 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 na. I mean, the track reads almost as parody, especially with Katy's ending comments saying, "It's a woman's world." And what's even more ironic about this is that the following track opens up with a guest verse from 21 Savage, Mr. I Know You On Your Period, Baby, Can You Suck It himself. Because nothing says women rock like making them feel weird and undeserving of sexual reciprocation because it's that time of the month. Not that the song itself is salvageable outside of the 21 feature, because instrumentally it's really just a generic pop trap fusion piece that kind of feels like it went out of style several years ago at this point. And not only do I get secondhand embarrassment from the painfully basic production, but also some of the lyrics too. Gimme, gimme, baby, stop wasting my time. Kitty, kitty, wanna come party tonight. Trippy, trippy, daddy, take me on a ride. However, I'm getting ahead of myself going into the deeper cuts of this record because there are other singles, which, while not as bad as Woman's World, are kind of terrible in their own way. There's Lifetimes, which lyrically did turn the pandering down, and overall this track is more in line thematically with the album's greater messaging around a blissful, never-ending love. But still, stylistically and aesthetically, all this song really offers is the same kind of painfully uninspired dance pop that was already stale and old hat by the time Katy started dropping her biggest, most breakout hits. I mean, I know these wide Y2K style anthems and vibes are making a bit of a comeback right now. Katy and her team seem to have at least picked up on that much, but the artists out there today who have been riding this wave the most successfully typically do something kind of weird or slightly subversive with it. They're not just dropping like a 1998 Cher Believe B-side, which is what this track sounds like. Then the final big single that dropped before this album came out was I'm His, He's Mine with Doechii, which I was kind of excited for because Doechii is objectively on a very interesting run right now. But unfortunately, this song could not have been more of a letdown because it's pretty much just one more example of the worst trend going on in pop music right now, delivering much crappier rehashes of songs that dropped 20 to 30 years ago. And in this case, it is the house classic Gypsy Woman from Crystal Waters, which actually bringing this song back with Doechii right now in 2024 could make sense in the abstract, as like hip house is most definitely having a bit of a comeback, and club-centric rap bangers are very popular right now too. Those are kind of on the come up. But instead what we get is another pop trap hybrid remix thing, which again just comes across as tired and stale at this point. Really something that could have even landed on Katy Perry's 2017 Witness record. Deeper into the album we have more stale Y2K pop with Crush. There's also Gorgeous with Kim Petras, which kind of feels like something that we already got but better during Charlie XCX's Vroom Vroom era. And then the weak first half of the album transitions into a very weak second half too. There's All the Love, which is just as behind the curve aesthetically as everything else here. But what's funny about this track is that there's so many songs on this album where Katy Perry is just writing about this incredible, intense, amazing love that she's experiencing. A love so great, it's really selling her on the idea of love. She was once a love skeptic, but now she's a believer. Love is real. Love is powerful, which makes me kind of wonder, like, what could she be seeing or experiencing in her real life on this front that would cause her to write about it in this way? Because the lyrics in reference to all of the love that is being spoken about on this album are so surface level and plain and generic that it doesn't really feel like the result of one person's singular personal experience with it. Like, all the words on this album seem more as if they were written by a focus group of people you were spitballing with in a writer's room. Like, okay, we gotta write a song about love. What does love feel like? Oh, it's like floating on air. Oh, and love is also like being set free. And colors. Give me a goddamn break. The production on the record does improve a bit on the very smoky, moody house vibes of Nirvana, but the lyrics really aren't any better, with Katy singing about offering someone a ride on her rainbow. Then from here, rapper Jid actually surprises on the song Artificial, where he really goes in on a speedy and thematic verse in reference to the song's themes of just skepticism around technology and artificial intelligence and how it may impact interpersonal relationships. But this skepticism around tech and simulations and the like, is this something Katy Perry actually deeply feels? Or does it just sound like something popular to say right now? Because this is the same person who notably posed with a Cybertruck that Elon Musk gave her, as I guess she really secured a seat on that ship to Mars once the tech bro apocalypse hits all of us. But yeah, this song overall just feels like a very vapid, surface level attempt at social commentary that goes nowhere fast. In the final moments of the album, the song Truth is kind of throwing all of those love themes into the wood chipper, as this song is all very much about cheating and deception, with some very weird lines about Katy Perry sort of just going off of intuition here and wanting access to this person's like phone password, which I mean, I don't know, relationships can go cold for a lot of reasons. Maybe he's not that into you. It's kind of hard to tell, because rather than fill in these narrative gaps and give us an actual story, Katy Perry would rather go off of vague notions and lyrical cliches that don't really tell us much of anything at the end of the day. So maybe the love being sung about on this album goes south from there, I'm not really sure, cause Katy dumps even that narrative for the closing track Wonder, where it kind of feels like she's trying to rekindle a sound and a vibe from much earlier in her career, where
she was in a relationship. She was married to Russell Brand, I think, for quite a few years. Yes.
Being this glittery, positive, soaring anthem that feels kind of like a motivational poster. Think Firework, tracks like that. And the ultimate message of this song is don't let this dark, terrible, cynical world turn you sour and keep you from wondering and hoping. In a way, I suppose it's really fitting that this album ends in a very similar place to where it started, with a track that feels like a super tacky PSA, like a musical opiate a tyrannical government would develop in a ministry of entertainment in order to keep the masses from looking at the sorry state of things with sober eyes. Yeah, that's kind of how this song feels, and how this album feels as a whole, because as lovesick as all of it is, lyrically and aesthetically, it truly speaks to nothing and is just an utter disappointment, despite my hopes going into it not being very high, which is why I'm feeling a decent too strong too on this thing. Transition, have you given this album a listen? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You're the best.
Russell Brand this is what he's doing now, just so you know. He's baptizing people in his tighty whities. I don't know why I'm still following him on Instagram. I keep getting terrorized by his posts. The poor dog. He's like, what the fuck? The poor doggy. It might seem a bit too soon to be baptizing people, but the apostles did it on day one, so here we are. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to inflict you with that. He has truly gone off the deep end. Yeah. The people in the boat just watching, like, what the fuck? You think he'll end up institutionalized? He's a domestic abuser too. I mean, probably he's definitely abused women. There's enough evidence. There's enough evidence for that. Anyway, as you can see, it's 2 a.m. and I really should be going to bed. I am tired. We will raid. We will raid. We'll get a raid going. But yeah, I need to get to bed. The slugs and the tarantula in the bathroom will terrorize me. Also, Brooklyn's terrorizing me. He won't leave me alone. Like, he's free to go downstairs and get some food, but he just wants to meow at me. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you. It's been fun. It's been good to get another stream in before the end of September as well. I think I might do another gaming one soon as well. I need to finish the Kitty and the Big City game. I need to finish it. So yeah, I will finish that game. That'll probably be like one more stream. Have you played Thank Goodness You're Here? Yes. mods don't have the raid command. Ugh. Hang on. Hang on. All right, I'm raiding Ethan online. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.